Hello, everybody, and welcome to the first day of ISS Finale. I'm Too Soon, joined here by Pato Means Wave, and for our first match, we really got a heater for you. E-Boy Entourage, Sea to Shining Sea, numbers 4 and 5 in this round robin pool. Going to be a very competitive game heading into Gates of Obscura.
Yeah, too soon. I'm really excited to see these teams. I mean, I think we all know E-Boy Entourage from Nasty, and Sea to Shining Sea. They were actually in the second day of finale for ISS 4, but I believe something happened to one of their members and they couldn't quite compete. So they had an unfortunate showing on day 2. But I definitely think they're a team that belongs in the second day as well. But both teams have been playing extensively together and against each other as well. You're going to see they have a lot of experience against each other, and we're going to see who prepared better today because we have a EE and Siege Machine starts on Gate Obscura. So here we go. To move forward as
Yeah,
well.
with this awakening pool, I feel like one character is going to just run away with it entirely, completely controlling the pace of the game. With that dual move forward, like you mentioned, corner offense very good on this map in particular, and that Siege Machine will be a great boon to help get that kick started.
Yeah, we actually saw IDC, Snowball, and Serapi pick up that era on blue side first, which opened up the Mako Dugu duo for our red team here, and we'll have to see if that era pays off, because right now Spots is really good at keeping it in the corner. E-tier just flies off the map though, and while they have a power play, we're gonna see E-Boy Entourage have to deal with an open net.
Yeah, and so far, power play not looking too fruitful. A nice pass to Serapi through the portal. The Bell Ringer trying to create some more chaos. X Maximus able to get that first barrier down. Still keeping it in the corner in a nice bull rush. There's a flip! And Arlong not able to react quite fast enough. A complete reversal from E-Boy Entourage.
Yeah, that was a huge play from Serapi, getting the Maelstrom at the perfect timing. E-tier came back just in time, but they couldn't get the cross clears out. The Maelstrom held it in, and Snowball, once he was given the chance, he just kept going and going and just shot it through to Mako.
Yeah, running through like X does. Bellringer almost finding it once more. That Maelstrom so strong, forcing out the flip from Arlong, and Ether trying to get something started here, but a nice quick clear from IDC. And right now we have a sort of neutral state before Snowball inserts himself a beautiful Soren angle, but Serapi and Snowball, when I was playing ISS, I got absolutely obliterated by these two, and
Oh.
it's no big surprise to see that their coordination and chemistry is really strong going into finale as well.
Yeah, I mean, Arlong had a really nice Soren angle there, but yeah, I feel like sometimes in these like mid-high level, the goalies kind of get Soren angle pilled a little bit, and they just like look for it every chance they get. And that actually gave Snowball the perfect opportunity to come up and X Maximus on top of Arlong. And great cyber swipe on E-tier, but once again, he plays too close to the edge, getting knocked out once more. Another power play here for E-Boy Entourage.
Yeah, you do not want to be a cat in between X and his edge of the map. Ether back online, but each of his deaths have been so costly. There's a nice turret trying to get something started, but they only find one barrier for their troubles. Glitchbot, Maelstrom, each bouncing the core back and forth as Snowball almost was going to get first touch with the core. Arlong puts him in jail. Serapi trying to pass up, but no abilities on that forward means Arlong's just going to hold drum and bass, and Spots finally equalizes barriers.
A great strike shot from Arlong, sending the core back through the portal, and an IDC, unfortunate pass to Serapi, gets intercepted by E-tier's Glitch Pop, and Sea to Shining Sea have put themselves back on the board. And too soon, when you said they were going to make this game competitive, you might be true.
Yep. Warming up right there. That's what we just call the first 2 points if you're Sea to Shining Sea. Ether now trying to play his life a little bit more carefully, but at least he gets traded with the soup. Spots in a great position now, keeping the core upfield in this 2v2 situation, using the portals, using every single resource. Arlong inserting himself into the play, but both plays will eventually die out as a 3v3 back online with that turret. Ether working this corner, call him the corner maestro, and unfortunately that play will die out as well.
Yeah, great defensive plays coming out from eBoy Entourage and turning around with Serapi with that core flip, getting the first barrier, equalizing the barrier count. IDC has to deal with it. Projection comes out, but Arlong is just so on top with his strike shots, even salvaging that, but Snowball just walking in with the X Maximus. And Serapi and Snowball have been a great forward duo this series so far.
Yeah, and I have to be very careful with Snowball. Almost getting flipped here. Open barrier situation. This is point. Bellringer about to do it in just there. Spots flipping, can't find it. And a weird angle through the portal. Always have to be so careful with those on Gates of Obscura. And eBoy Entourage looking really strong for this first set.
Well, IDC took some geometry courses. She aced that, and they're going to get rewarded with a first pick X here when heavy impact is up. I mean, Aimee is probably going to deny the Monu from Era, but X is going to get his pick of the litter, and there we go. Heavy impact coming down. Twin Drive actually leaving Era free to take Monumentalist, and we have a Dubu who's going to take Timeless Creator, but I think ultimately this looks like a really strong draft from both sides now. But this, I really want to say the Heavy Impact Atlas, Monu Era, Hotshot Atlas, it just looks so strong, and it's really gonna have to be up to Ether now to set up spots to get that Tofu Fortress going.
Yeah, eBoy Entourage certainly got their pick of the litter here. The spots with that Tofu Fortress, beautiful. Look at all this pressure exerting, finds a second with the log, and Ether comes alive, kills, I don't care who does care at this moment. Ether working top side, and there's a nice strike war won by Spots. Insane 18-second point from C to Shining Sea.
Yeah, that's their win condition right here. Arlong didn't get to scale as much as he hoped, right? He picked up ad rush over anything else that Amako would have hoped for.
Oh no!
Spots just getting taken off the field, but as I said, it's really up to Ether now to be able to set up spots, because once his Tofu Fortress is set up, it's going to stay there forever. It's going to outlast most of the things that IDC can throw at that Tofu. So great power play opportunity there, but Spots does live and returns the favors. So that's C to Shining Sea now in a power play situation with the Tofu Fortress coming down once again.
Yeah, and a very savable goal here if your IDC at least holds on to the final touch with that Cosmic Expanse. Spots now with possession, and Ether was looking for gold, trying to get the ball in. Scores diamond, killing the goalie, and gets it in anyway. C to Shining Sea. We were talking about eBoy Entourage getting their favorite picks from the draft, but C to Shining Sea making most of what they have.
Yeah, this looks really good. I mean, Spots has just been getting free reign over everything. The Dubu has been, getting held back because, E-tier dies, they have to trade, and but like E-tier's back into play now. He's not falling off any edges. They're getting what they want, and now Dubu, he might get more size, he might get peak here. I mean, lots of things look good for him, and he's gonna hold on. He's gonna get more size here, and I think that's very correct. Era does offer peak over Stagger Swagger. I think that's valid. She might be getting locked off a little too much, and we see okay stuff for X. I mean, we're gonna have 1-2 who is just gonna get denied, but X does get Big Fish. So I guess they might have planned it out here. We're gonna see Dubu match the size with the X, and we did stop Snowball from scaling as hard as he could. But this is, make no mistake, this is still a really scary X.
Oh, absolutely. Even though drafts sort of seem kind of neutral with how similar the Awakenings taken were, at the end of the day, it's all down to the player piloting and making the most use of these Awakenings. And both members, all members on each team, certainly making the most of what they have. Arlong using Strike Shot, beating Snowball there, a little cheeky angle, but Snowball wins his Strike War. Glitch Pop trying to keep these barriers alive, and they will! Spots just barely able to find that barrier with the Tofu Fortress. That's all he's going to get for now.
Yeah, I mean, that's a terrifying series of Maelstroms from Serapi, and once Era just gets more cooldowns, it's going to be really scary. Arlong's just getting beat down, has to use this Bait, but that means next Bell Ringer that Snowball has, Arlong's just going to get pushed down, and if IDC can just hold here, using the flip, Arlong's going to be put in a very precarious spot. Eater has flipped, though. He's going to use it defensively. Great clear from IDC now. And IDC also saves herself. But this is a really scary offense for the Shining Sea. That gets cleared once again. What a great play from eBoy Entourage.
Yeah, IDC with the premonition to live herself. But unfortunately, no amount of foretelling could be able to deal with the Dubu particle accelerator, and Spots scoring that one.
Yeah, I mean, knowing the Tofu Fortress, that could have gone either way, honestly, but I think that was the terrain working exactly as it should have, making sure nothing passes through, and a great cyber swipe from Eater coming out. And this is double barriers down on a map that's notoriously known for being hard to defend when barriers are down on your team.
Yep, and look at Spot's positioning. Close to the portal, and also close to the middle. Gonna get this core, gonna dribble it, stop it, there's the log! And with Ether there, cyber swiping in, IDC just has one too many strikes to deal with. And that's an easy goal for Sea to Shining Sea.
Yeah, I think Serapi puts in a lot of trust in IDC, which is true in 99% of the cases, because like look at IDC, just the way the Atlas just holds the strikes, holds the skills, using the flip at just the right time, even Strike War and Eater there. Like IDC is putting on an Atlas goalie masterclass, but just the 1% of the times when it makes it through, Spots is always going to be there with Eater to make sure the barriers are down. Snowball wins a great Strike War, holds the time for Serapi to come out, and now this Maelstrom is going to be really scary, almost knocking Eater back to the bench, but they're going to have to get away with just one barrier down, and now that's two barriers down for Serapi. And now we're seeing eBoy Entourage trying to get the game back into their favor.
Yeah, and this is a start. Ether is staggered, both barriers down, Serapi stepping up. We're trying to find some sort of pass here, but Arlong and Ether both have their flips defensively here. Would be wise to use them. None needed so far. Look at this creation maxing. Another savable goal, and Cosmic Expanse, unfortunately a little bit too late, as Spots and Ether, as soon as they got set up, there was absolutely nothing IDC and Serapi could do.
Yeah, that was a crazy angle. Spots just able to get in right at the heart of eBoy Entourage's base and set down a Tofu Fortress enhanced with Siege Machine and Timeless Creator. And now we're going to see Prime Time taken from the IME. Super Surge answered by Era is going to give us a little bit more speed. And I think Missile Pro taken by Atlas as well. And that's going to free up IDC a lot more because she has been very proactive with her primaries. But once again, I think Snowball's X scaling has been halted a little bit. It's not exactly what they want to have happen at this stage of the game. So they're going to have to work extra hard because at the end of the day, the win conditions for Sea to Shining Sea haven't changed. And they're going to have to make a lot happen to answer it, does eBoy Entourage.
Yeah, the forward duo of Ether and Spots have been a lot more effective of getting the core into the corner and keeping it there. Granted, they do have creations, but it seemed like it's been a long while since we saw Serapi and Snowball get anything done in the corner. There was another great opportunity for them, but Arlong, a little bit wiser to their schemes, their plans, and IDC can't quite find the out clear, but Snowball will be able to trade at least one barrier.
Yeah, great respect from Ether burning the core flip for Snowball, and Spots kind of left on his lonesome to do a 2v1, and Serapi and IDC have played together for far too long to just let a random goal like that happen, and a great Maelstrom coming in through the middle. Unfortunately, the core wasn't quite there yet, but Serapi does buy enough time to use the secondary to try to get the core back into the corner. Great intercept from Ether's pass. Now it's Snowball and Serapi back again. Oh, but the bell ringer setup not quite there. And the core is coming back. Spots uses the Tofu Fortress, but that's going to hit air once again. And now it's coming back down. Serapi has the core flip. He's going to use it.
Wow.
Great timing. Yes. Snowball's bell ringer into the bull rush. Unfortunately, does not happen. But overtime, the core is going to go so fast now.
Yeah, touch of death off of one interaction with this core speed and Spots! He beats IDC there with the roll, with the flip, with the cyber swipe. Just a little bit too much, and I get it. As a goalie myself, you kind of want to beat the forward there in that situation, but unfortunately that was IDC's undoing in that situation.
Yeah, it feels like a damned if you do, damned if you don't situation, because if you just retreat, Spots is just going to roll on you and kill you for that core. And if you walk forward, he's just going to roll on you and do stuff, I guess. And
Do the
Serapi,
boo.
yeah, do the boo. And Serapi just gets so much Maelstroms. I mean, how much cooldowns does this arrow have, right? Like, it's kind of crazy. But these corner offenses have been expertly dealt with by Arlong so far. Snowball even rotating towards the portal side to make sure that they can stuff it into any sort of corner, and they do get it with that bull rush.
Finally a checkmate situation, but Spot setting up one of their own with that Tofu Fortress, with the Aimi turret. I mean, it just lasts so long in a beautiful pass from Ether. IDC strapped of options trying to keep that barrier alive, but I think at this point, if you're getting hit with an Aimi turret and a Tofu Fortress, might be wise to save the Cosmic Expanse here as you're going into match points.
Yeah, we actually saw Snowball take off Spots. That's exactly what they need to do here. They need to take off Dubu. They need to force him into uncomfortable positions with the Maelstrom, which should be coming up actually quite soon for Serapi, using the beam to buff up Snowball as well. That was really good. IDC's going to get there before Ether does, which is perfectly fine. Arlong's just going to use the portals. Unfortunately, Snowball does intercept it, and now Maelstrom's up, and this is the promised land for Team E-Boy Entourage with the core flip as well.
Wow!
Serapi making it work.
Sometimes if you can't go around, you have to go through, and beautiful patience from Serapi, even beating out backwards roll from Spots 80. And this is exactly what E-Boy Entourage needs to get back in this game, especially with Spots whipping the Tofu Fortress. That's most of their offensive pressure gone in an instant. So these next 30-40 seconds for E-Boy Entourage, they need to make it count.
Yeah, a great angle from Snowball, somehow getting the lower barrier, and now it's the open net. Once again, Gate of Obscura, notoriously hard to defend. If you have barriers open versus an opponent who does not, you can just use the portals and rotate around. Snowball so close to the core flip. Maelstrom's coming up, a vertical one, almost sniping Spots. And a great hole from Serapi, buying so much time for IDC to get back into position. And even controlling the midfield is the era. And oh my goodness, what a core flip. I think this is like 100% success rate on a core flip shot from E-Boy Entourage.
Yeah, Snowball in a beautiful position to use that flip, and Arlong actually was quick on the trigger, found the pass to Ether, but was a little bit too sharp, and my god, that's the Bissell prop difference from IDC. It's a power play out of thin air for E-Boy Entourage, X Maximus and Snare Drums and the flip. Every resource being committed here, but the core is still in the corner. Midfield's back online here, and they finally do find that clear. I can't believe the Shining Sea was able to hold on to that barrier.
Yeah, they did hold on, but just barely, and now E-Boy Entourage is screaming across the field. IDC does miss that actual projection, though, a rare miss from her, and now Arlong's secondary is going to make sure that the core gets out, at least before the X Maximus comes in. What an expanse as well, but there we go, a second Tofu Fortress coming out, but this time, the Maelstrom missed time. Oh, but they clear it out somehow. E-Boy Entourage! Oh, Spots is so big! That Demolitionist pick on that first draft was critical now, and great plays from Sea to Shining Sea. They take it over E-Boy Entourage.
Yeah, and even though it might have felt like this wasn't close, E-Boy Entourage did really, really well with the opportunities that they had. It's just that, unfortunately, why rely on strikes when you have creations that can do the job for you? And Spots and Ether were able to set up their checkmating pattern a lot more consistently than Snowball and Serapi were. And even though we saw strokes of genius from IDC in the goalie net, Arlong did his job just as well enough. And the rotations from Ether and Spots, they were able to get a lot more scoring opportunities, and I think that's how Sea to Shining Sea was able to take this one.
Yeah, spot on too soon, and yeah, those Tofu Fortresses, once they got that extra, I think it was Timeless Creator time, I mean, that's almost, I think that's almost double the time they're normally supposed to do, and that just let Spots, once he got that Tofu Fortress down, just beat everything that IDC and Serapi could throw down at them. And that Expanse combo with Maelstrom doesn't matter. It's just Tofu Fortress is going to be there forever. So great win from Sea to Shining Sea, and we're gonna come back next game with even better games.
Yeah, down but not out. But for now, we are out, as we will come back with round 2 of this round robin. So don't go anywhere, and we'll be right back. Hello, and we are back with round two of this round robin. Rude Awakening versus Senko's Beloved Loafs. They both lost their first game, 0-1 teams they are, but looking to bounce back and equalize 1-1. And these early rounds are so important, Pato, because that kind of dictates how your mental is for the rest of the tournament. I can only imagine how heartbreaking it will be to start off 0-2 and have even stronger trials coming your way. So being able to get this game here might just be the boost either of these teams needs heading into Gates of Obscura to bounce back stronger and better than before.
Yeah, and both their teams definitely have it in them. Actually, Rude Awakening and Senko's Beloved Loaves are both OSAS 10 graduates, I believe. With
Wow.
Senko's I think were second and Rude Awakening were first. So it's kind of like a rematch of OSAS 10 finals, except for with a little bit higher stakes because this is ISS finale now. But once again, like you said, it's going to be really important mentally for these teams to pick up a win sometime soon because you only got 7 matches tonight and you have to win quite a bit of them if you want to make it to the second day because only 4 of the 8 teams go up to the second day. So back in gates, we have a super surge and spark of cooldown start, which is actually a lot tamer than the awakenings we saw last game. But how do you feel about these comps soon?
Um, Well, unfortunately, it's not Super Surge or Spark because forgot to change Awakenings. But granted, given that these stay the same, which they will, duh. Um, I kind of like what we're seeing on red team is
Senko's.
Senko's beloved loafs.
Okay.
They have that Asher Aimi duo. Banning out
Yeah.
Cholesterol's Kazan. He was typically their forward, if I'm not mistaken. Might be on
Mhm.
the midfield now. It's always helpful to have forwards that can flex between the two. And we might see a sort of rinse and repeat of what we saw last game with Sea to Shining Sea and using that path splitter and that firewall sentry to just exude so much pressure on the corner and just make it impossible for Rude Awakening to clear.
Yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense. I can definitely see Rude Awakenings um thought process here, right? They ban the Kazan, they take the Rasmus pick one, they're on blue side, right? They're gonna secure that brawler pick. And then they're asking Cinco's beloved loafs, like, what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do if we ban out your brawler? And this is their response. They actually answer by getting a really solid backline here with the Mako Aimi, and they're topping it off with Asher, who just gets to face roll on the keyboard. But it does mean that Asher being picked, this is still pass splitters are still a little bit weaker than the Dubu wall, right? Even if you pick up
Oh,
timeless or
absolutely.
whatever, it's not gonna stay forever. So hopefully we will see Respect C3, who is picking Atlas here, a more defensive tool compared to his beloved Vini. We'll see that expanse come out and hopefully it gets the max value. And if Atlas gets the max value here with the expanse, I definitely think um that it can beat a pass splitter at the very least. Unless Imi gets timeless creator, which would be a whole different story.
Yeah. I mean, in addition, they also have Restel going for them, Rude Awakening, which has notoriously been a really strong forward duo. Even though E-Boy Entourage was sort of running an also pretty strong forward duo in X era. I think the passing plays and the more flexibility that Rasmus and Estelle have could serve them well to sort of get around this Mako in the back line with the drum and bass, with the fact that they have so many ways to just tap the core one more time, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I think it's going to be a sort of similar question being asked as the last game, where if brute strength and creation maxing will outdo a little bit more finesse and passing, sort of speed blitzing style of play that Rude Awakening might be trying to go for.
Yeah, definitely. I do think it's interesting though that it is on Gates of Obscura, so we're gonna see it's gonna be a little bit easier for the I Me Asher forward to stuff it in the corner and keep it there. But once the gates open for both teams, right? Once it's the open net, right? How well is the Mako Atlas gonna deal with against their respective forwards, right? Like you said,
Mhm.
Estelle Rasmus is going to make it so hard for the Mako to just try to uh, open clear back to their midfield or something, and it just takes a lapse of concentration from the goalie. That's all it takes for the Estelle beam, the Crystal Thorns, the Rasmus hook. There's, like you said, there's just so many pitfalls that the Mako can fall into. Whereas the Atlas, I mean, they're gonna have a little bit tougher time against the Atlas after the goals up. Atlas is just gonna, they still want to stuff in the corner. Atlas is still gonna expand. Like the game doesn't change drastically for them. So we'll have to see how it goes, but we are finally loaded into the game, and we do see each team has a one Spark player here, and the rest of them did take Super Surge. And yeah, we'll see how that plays out from here.
Yeah, right now, it's Senko's beloved Loafs on the kicker so far. A nice primary from B-Knight, able to find this clear, hold on to both barriers for now, and B-Bao intercepts that pass. So Senko's beloved Loafs looking really strong right now, holding it down. There's the ensnare drums, and finally, Respect C3 with the jump scare, trying to assist on the offense, and so far, Rude Awakening able to equalize.
Yeah, equalized barriers and a great flip from the Mako. Unfortunately, it didn't end up in taking the second barrier first. Senko's, and now B-Bao's getting pushed around, and Rasmus, Crusher just pushing it through easy as pie.
Yeah, Rude Awakening for Senko's beloved Loafs. Both forwards still sitting at level 1, so that definitely played an impact to Adrian and Crusher being able to sort of steamroll that last point. Senko's beloved Loafs now trying to reset with the drum and bass. Cosmic Expanse Respect C3. This guy's just pushing forward. I can't believe it. Mom Boots helping that, and Adrian just beats out in snare drums, I guess, because goalie ultimates notoriously work well.
Yeah, I think the core just happened to be right outside the drums or something like that, because that just completely ignored whatever B-Knight had to push on. And now finally we have Cholesterol reaching level 2, finally the promised pass splitter and taking both barriers immediately for Senko's.
And there it is, the game plan sort of get it in the core, creation max, and if you're Respect in that situation, with such close proximity to Asher, that barrier beam is just instant death. Well played to Senko's beloved Loafs, being able to execute their game plan to perfection at that point. Rewarded with 2 flips to use for this one as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Holding on. A great kill. That's one of the flips gone as well immediately. And what an offensive coordination coming out from Adrian and Crusher, whether that was intended or not. And quick taking of 2 barriers, and 3 barriers even, coming out from Rude Awakening.
Yeah, but Cholesterol with the flip, beautiful dribble. There's the pass splitter, and B-Bao covering the out. Oh no! Disaster for Rude Awakening as Crusher misses their flip. And I mean, just off of that that power play with B-Bao coming back online, Senko's beloved Loafs looking really strong right now.
Yeah, absolutely wonderful plays coming out. I will also add that Respect has to have to respect the Asher more since Cholesterol turned level 2. When he was level 1, he could just go around her, go into the portals. What are you gonna do? But now he has to save his abilities and use it defensively against the pass splitter, and that's putting a little bit of a damper on top of the offense of Rude Awakening here. B-Bao kind of getting played around, but still the pass splitter is there for Cholesterol.
Yeah, and Respect C3 has actually been boxing with Cholesterol a bit. Staggered is this Asher forward, but that doesn't affect Cholesterol's ability to win the strike war. Both barriers down now for Rude Awakening. The Rude Awakening is on them now. B-Knight going to play it slow here as Cholesterol re-staggers himself. A nice sort of setup from B-Bao, but the abilities of Atlas, absolute when played well. And Rude Awakening, they're going to hold on. They can't find that second barrier though. B-Knight with the beautiful strike.
Yeah, oh my goodness. Once again, the snare drum's not catching the core quite there, but a great glitch pop coming out from the Aimee, and Estelle's beam didn't reach it. And now we see open nets from both sides, and here, this is once again a little bit more favored, I would say, for Rasmus Estelle, but we'll see how they execute their composition now.
Yeah, and missed opportunities from both sides, but since it's overtime, the core is just so unpredictable, and Adrian sort of gets a gift from the gods and is able to subtly redirect it bot side and secures the point for Rude Awakening, and they're going to have a really hard decision on their hands here because there's a lot of strong awakenings for this Aimi to take in the second slot.
Yeah, extra special has to go. One of the blue team has to take extra special, and there it goes. Aimi was, I think, saving it for the Mako. I think she's gonna take Deadeye now, and Mako takes Hot Shot away from Estelle. So Estelle has to kind of deny to Asher here. Asher's gonna take the last. It's the beat spark of leadership, so we're gonna continue to see the two sparkers spark up. So I think overall it was a relatively neutral draft. I actually enjoy Senko's Beloved Love's draft situation a little bit more because of Deadeye Aimi and Hotshot Mako. I feel like they're very potent. Yeah, but again, it's all going to come down to the execution.
Yeah, and most notably, Spark of Strength was on that draft as well, so we are not sparking any further. Two's all we're getting for each of the Spark takers here, and I like that you mentioned the Deadeye Hotshot. The core speed is going to be so invaluable as Respect C3 punished for stepping up a little too soon, and there's that Aimi turret confirming that second barrier. Senko's Beloved Loafs doing well to punish that careless push-up.
Yeah, Respect really is an aggressive goalie at heart. He loves the fini, he loves the damage, he loves the influence that the goalie can bring, but now he has to answer for his sins, and it's gonna be the glitch pop, it's gonna be the Asher, but Estelle is there. Great play from Crusher, and the missed core flip there coming out from B-Bow, giving them a little bit of breathing room.
Oh my god.
Into the portal and out into the goal it goes, and yeah, Rude Awakening not punished enough, and they're still ahead here.
Yeah, getting away with robbery, wanted to have the cake and eat it too, and they certainly did. We saw a goal similar to that in the first round where an Atlas just red corded through the portal, got it through, and it happened again this time, and it's a familiar spot for Senko's Beloved Loafs. Off to a strong start early. They just can't find the finishing touch, it seems.
Yeah, absolutely, and a great clear coming out from B-Knight, but the core just finds itself. Aimi's just low again, and just gonna take collateral damage over and over again. They're really trying to make something happen here.
Yeah, and they finally do find something. Another pass splitter checkmate situation. Goalie was caught in that beam as well. And unfortunately, Crusher just a little bit too far forward after flipping to deal with that Aimi turret. Senko's Beloved Loafs quick to equalize.
Yeah, I think you said it best too soon. It's creation maxing. Oh, Cholesterol, though, also showing that he can KO as well. And that's a little bit of a defensive snafu there as the Rasmus and Atlas stack up. But things are looking good now for Senko's Beloved Loafs.
Yep, they're able to force a flip as well, and it's Adrian solo working. This bot corner can't quite beat the perfect pitch. Cholesterol trying to make something work, but didn't have any available angles. Nice patience from B-Knight, but Adrian catches it with their own flip and is able to get one barrier for their troubles at least. Still maintaining forward pressure, but Crusher not quite precise on the pass. Adrian still keeping the core. The pass splitter goes wide as well. Cholesterol able to get their hands on it, not for long, as retaining possession when the map is so open is just such a hard challenge.
Yeah, Crusher has been absolutely dominating the mid. Oh, no! What in the world just happened, Suni? You have to interpret that for me, because I'm not sure.
Goalie check, I suppose, and maybe Crusher is a MOBA player, but Crusher just kind of donated a free goal to Senko's Beloved Loafs, which, hey, in the industry we take those, and they're up a goal because of it, I suppose.
Hey, magic's happening. It's Christmas magic. The core's being passed through portals. A great strike shot from B-Knight, and a nice pendulum from the Rasmus, but unfortunately Adrian isn't going to be taking that barrier just quite yet, and we do see a triple flip from Senko's Beloved Loafs, one immediately spent for the first barrier here, for the second barrier here.
Yeah, great position. Senko's beloved Lowe's. Cholesterol not able to hold on to the core. There's an astral projection and another flip. Nice Rose War from Crusher. And Adrian able to do it all by himself on the other side. It's looking like it's a rude awakening in the driver's seat as Adrian misses the mark on the core but hits it on the goalie. Hit stuns them out of position. Gets a free tap on that core and it's all tied up 2-2.
Yeah, that was amazing play from Adrian there. Absolutely wonderful offense coming out, but he is gonna pop off, especially pop off the field. By the way, with that super surge, Deadeye Imi. It's absolutely crazy what Bibao can make happen if he sees the angles too. And taking the first barrier, equalizing it is Cholesterol. No. And yeah, things are looking really good with the flip, and they're gonna end it. They're gonna take back that set.
Wow, that's just textbook play from Senko's beloved Loafs. I mean, Cholesterol kept that core contained for so long, and Respect C3 pushed up, trying to challenge it, but Cholesterol wins the strike war anyway, and gets Senko's beloved Loafs their first point here, and again, a lot of potent awakenings, but I do like the missile prop being taken by the Imi, both as a boon for herself, but also a deny from this Atlas.
Yeah, I think Rasmus is going to get double-sized Knight, absolutely. And now he has to pick up Adbrush, which I do think this is a little rough for... If you're Adrian, I don't think you're necessarily happy with this situation. I think he was actually thinking about picking Unstoppable as well for a little bit. But I do think that overall, Adbrush is the better solution, especially because you do a lot of side damage to Bibao just naturally by existing as a Whiplasher. But yeah, so once again, a really nice draft here. Bibao's getting stronger and stronger. He just needs to know that he's strong and do a ton of damage if he puts his mind to it. But Cholesterol is the one actually picking up all the kills here.
Yeah, and Adrian, really slow playing it, has held the core for half of this power play, still retains possession. This is a beautiful kill from Adrian, and Crusher's death goes completely unpunished by Senko's beloved Loafs. You gotta see it. And a nice strike shot from B-Knight trying to reactivate this offense, but unfortunately, nothing's coming to fruition. It's Adrian, it's the Estelle Beam, but the Rose Warp's not going to pan out either, and now it's the other forward's turn to kill this power play. Flip in hand, Expanse is burned, Barrier Beam, Respect C3, able to beat it, and Adrian is able to confirm that goal with the Whiplash.
I mean, it's me, Adrian59. That was absolutely wild, as he completely just 3v2v1 Senko's beloved Loafs, and Senko's beloved Loafs have to collect themselves. Cholesterol is also a very strong forward. He was showing what that Asher can do as well. And Senko's beloved Loafs, they have their win con, and they execute it well. They just have to keep doing it and get those sets in the bag.
Yeah, maybe get the core into place in the first place, and Respect C3 certainly trying to help them out, has to expend the flip, miss all of their abilities, and Cholesterol finally trying to claim their taxes with that flip. One barrier down, but it's dire straits for Senko's beloved Loafs. We're out of energy, we're sort of low on HP, and it's Adrian59 in the corner here with that Whiplash, able to confirm one barrier, holding on. There's that Cosmic Expanse, very helpful this time from Respect C3, and both barriers will eventually fall for Senko's beloved Loafs.
Yeah, Rude Awakening, if you give them space, if you give this Atlas space, he's going to walk up to you all day. I mean, what a great play from Cholesterol there, but oh, and finally a strike shot connects from the Mako, but we have a core flipped. Adrian59 sees it, but the core flip runs out, but still the pendulum swing with the hit makes it in.
Yeah, those situations are just so scary if you're the goalie and the midfield. Walking up, doing nothing with the core flip when the barriers are open. It's just a devastating mind game, and Adrian probably waited for a cooldown there, confirmed that goal, and Rude Awakening, they're in the driver's seat for this game so far.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, just the way Adrian just gets a double barrier just like that. He's been in the driver's seat since like last set or so, and this is absolutely crazy, the amount of forward pressure they're having. I mean, the pass splitter from Cholesterol comes out. Estelle does weather out the Asher. Oh, what a redirect coming out as well. Estelle just coming in with the Rose Warp, and this is looking really, really scary for Senko.
Oh my god!
My goodness, what such pressure coming out from the Rasmus Estelle. And now it's me, Adrian. He's gonna get first draft finally, and he gets rewarded with a bunch of good stuff soon.
Yeah, but most importantly, size, and good for this Erasmus, who's been a bit of a mile maven going the extra mile. I mean, the amount of pressure, the amount of hero plays from Adrian, get your size, GOAT, you deserve it. But Senko's beloved loaves, they're going to pick up some important tools as well. I see a nice siege machine pickup for this Mako. Opts for the quick strike. I mean, that makes sense with how many strike wars B-Knight has been taken. But right now, I think Rude Awakening has gotten the better of the draft. And Glass Cannon on this Atlas with Mon Boots, with Respect's aggression, it's just going to make their plays a lot easier to handle.
Yeah, this is looking really, really scary. I even wonder if Senko's beloved Loaves players aren't comfortable with taking Quick Strike, because I think Cholesterol has like a potential to completely dominate this game if they can utilize that Asher Quick Strike, even against the Atlas. But we're seeing how it goes so far. Rude Awakening has been continuing on that offensive pressure straight through to Mako as well. And yes, they're finishing these sets very quickly now that Rasmus is scaled.
Yeah, Rasmus is scaled, Atlas is scaled, and Estelle has always had really good board presence. And this Rude Awakening team has set their alarm clocks, and it's time to wake up. And they most certainly are awakened. Every single member playing on both offense and defense, and it's me, Adrian 59, with a beautiful pendulum swing confirmed. This is Rude Awakening's game to lose at this point.
Yeah, I think it's just Adrian being able to catch size at the end there just completely changed the flow of the offense, and this is making Estelle's job a lot easier as well. Just has to hover over with the Maxwells in the midfield line, does Crusher, and just has to beam and crush the dreams of
oh my god,
B-Knight. But Ivy taken off. In the meantime, B-Bao just caught completely unawares, and now Adrian's going to 1v1. Rude Awakening just collapsing on top.
Cholesterol. Oh my god.
Cholesterol tried to stall for the flip, but just still so hard to answer Rude Awakening's offense here. And yeah, absolute cinema.
There's simply no stopping them.
Yeah.
I mean, after that third set where they just got everything that they wanted, what would seem to be a monumental task for them, trying to whittle down the barriers and the defenses of B-Knight, it turned to child's play. Kudos to Rude Awakening for making the most out of each and every awakening, it seems like, and even when they were forced to deny, they still used their abilities to the maximum. And it always felt like B-Bao and Cholesterol simply couldn't get enough offense generated, with the fact that the passing lines and the push-ups from Respect C3 allowed Rude Awakening to just contain and control that core more often than not. And ultimately, Senko's beloved Loafs did get speed blitzed.
Yeah, at the end of the day, I think it's all about which team's more consistent, because if you're at this point, your highs are high. Like, we know you're good, but it's about who can be better consistently between the sets when you're looking down, when you're on the back foot. And Rude Awakening here has completely proven that they have what it takes. And we're going to come back with some more Omega Strikers.
It's on, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, everything in between. Round three of ISS Finale Day 1. And this one, so important. Both these teams shooting for victory, shooting for 3-0 right now. That practically guarantees them a spot moving on to the second day. It'll be a very special week for them if they're able to move on to 3-0. And SSS $5 foot long. Both of these teams, absolute monsters.
Yeah, I mean, you said that it guarantees them a spot in day two. Triple S and $5 footlong, they're not going to be happy with just getting to day two. These are both teams who are plotting out what if we get first, what if we get second in groups. They're not thinking of just scraping by 3 and 4. So we're seeing MMME and Cliff here doing a great job of wailing on the barriers, and we see a sextuple quick strike pickup. I don't even know what the second awakening was, but we're going to see it later in the draft, ladies and gentlemen, and everything in beyond here. As soon we're going in to a Taiko Temple game, finally something that's not Gates of Obscura.
Right? Seems so foreign to see a different map of Taiko Temple. Very popular pick, and for good reason. We have a very standard barrier layout here. X holding onto this core, getting greeted with an ensnare drums so far. A relatively peaceful moment in this game. Nice clears being found by both goalies, and it's a sort of breakaway here. Asher with the core, with the path splitter. Unfortunately, not going to pan out for them. Suplex couldn't quite hold on. Given another chance here, but I mean, we're talking about the GOAT Poodash in the net here. These barriers are not going to be easy to take.
Yeah, absolutely. Poodash picked up one daughter here in the form of Emimimi, and together with Cliff, they've been tearing through these round robin stages, and now Era has the core flip up, matching the Kai here as well. Poodash does burn the flip to get the pressure off of his back, though.
Yeah, 2 flips expended, in fact, and there's a third one coming out from the Mako. All of them sort of going wide, missing their marks, finding something, just going right back to sender. I mean, Mimi holding onto the core now as we're trying to find a kill onto Suplex. Finally staggered here. Very dangerous territory, but Suplex sped up, finds a barrier, almost finds the goal with the drum and bass boost. Nice Giga. And an even better clear from Poodash. We're resetting here, down on energy, down on cooldowns, and it's about the first coordinated pressure. That's going to be the difference maker for the team to score the first point.
Yeah, I mean, chat, we're gonna have to glaze Poodash after this point, because what was that? Oh my goodness, Cliff!
What?
We're gonna go Cliff instead. Never mind, because he just won the strike war against Michaela, and yeah, Poodash and Sunsari, $5 footlongs. Really have a really good first point here, although Triple S did make it competitive.
Triple S keeping it competitive. Very, very coordinated with these pressures. Lexar holding it down. Unfortunately, didn't have anything for Emimimi, and most certainly not for the X Maximus. A similar situation with $5 footlong, taking both barriers relatively easily, but all of a sudden now it's SSS back on the offensive. Beautiful wait from Mikola, and how quickly the tables have turned as, oh no, Poodash a little bit in his own head. Wise to evade early, just forgets to strike after, and that's a goal SSS will gladly take.
Absolutely, as you said, in professional terms, is that we take those. And what a wonderful ultimate there from the Mako, getting a barrier down, and Cliff and Emmy coming up with the Maelstrom, and that's a really nice setup there from Emmy, letting Cliff just come in with whatever the X wants to do, which is taking the barrier. And what a clear from Poodash as well, a tight clear through to the Era, through to Cliff, and now with the Tofu Fortress, they're going to get the core out of danger zone, but not if his Suplex has to say anything about it, and Poodash clears once again. I mean, this guy is crazy.
Both these goalies holding it down, making it no easy feat to get these barriers. Lexar and Poodash, both very well respected in their own rights. Lexar with the flip to work with, not even going to need it, finds the easy out. Mikola now here to help the defense, getting battered and bruised. Another out clear, found a suplex and a beautiful path splitter, and it's just disaster. Fortunate bounce after another, neither flip in a correct spot, and it's ultimately SSS with the stamina to spare getting that next point.
Yeah, things can turn pretty quickly on its head though, because this is triple flip on the side of $5 footlong. So if Suplex makes the wrong leap, if Lexar makes the wrong bounce off the Taiko just like that, things can really turn on its head, at least for this point. I mean, running in Cliff, spending the core flip. Lexar also spending the core flip, but that makes it so that the Era can just pass it to the X, and now both barriers open, and Lexar has to deal with an open net.
Yeah, and as Mako, not the position you want to be in, and certainly not with Suplex being tossed around the map. Path Splitter to keep himself alive. Mikola and Lexar just trying to contain this core, let their forward live. Pudash tries to kill with the flip, but a fortunate bounce off that center drum means it's no! And a very risky clear, but it pans out for SSS. Mikola and Lexar trying to hold down the fort as finally Suplex able to participate in this game once more, retains this flip, and now it's a question of whether or not SSS can make this offensive bout worth it, and so far they are! Both barriers down, barrier beam! They made that come out of thin air, Pato!
That was a very good sequence of events coming out from Triple S. And yeah, Suplex's beam to end it all. What a good one. And Makila's going to be the top dog here coming into the draft. And we have Twin Drive, we have Stagger Swagger, we have 1-2 punch. I mean, this is going to be scary. Makila actually takes Stagger Swagger because he knows that Cliff is going to be doing some punching with 1-2 quick strike. And Era getting Monumentalist is going to be really scary as well. I mean, Suplex does pick up the Twin Drive, and it is good on Asher, but I feel like that's more of a deny on Fudash than it was a good pickup that he wanted. But I guess compared to everything else, I mean, ultimately, I think Blue Team won the set, but Red Team got a really nice draft.
Yeah. A fantastic draft. I mean, Era Manu wins games by itself, especially when Emi Mimi is the pilot, but Suplex doesn't care about that fact. Brute forces one barrier all by himself, and $5 footlong trying going for the double. Unfortunately, Lexar all the wiser to it, and now Emi Mimi a little bit battered and bruised, out of position in the barrage, not quite going to do her in just yet, but so far, SSS in a great spot.
Yeah, the barrage not killing did mean that Era is out of the woods for a little bit, but Suplex still, even in the core control department, making sure that the core stays in the bottom corner, getting both barriers against the GOAT Pudash, and even killing Emi Mimi right there. Not quite enough energy for the evade, and Cliff has to do some lonely fighting on the front lines, and Lexar is going to just push it right on around.
Yeah, and that's a beautiful setup from Suplex. A perfectly timed demon angle into the path splitter. Even though Pudash was able to roll, all of his clear options were taken away from that ult, and unfortunately, for $5 footlong, they had to get that. They had to let that point go.
Yeah, I mean, Lexar, superb hole from Lexar. Pudash misses a rare strike, and now Suplex saving and his energy burst. He wants the core flip for something a little more substantial potentially, but Pudash isn't shy about using it. Cliff has his core flip, and Cliff, this is the scary X that we're talking about. He has X Maximus, he has 1-2, but he's gonna get bursted off by Suplex, who saw a perfect kill angle using all his skills. MMA doing a great job of holding the core and trying to buy some space for Pudash. Lexar is there on the bottom side to answer, but it's looking really bad here for $5 footlong.
Yeah, a bit of a self-cook, and that Asher certainly got cooked as well. Nice Maelstrom. Unfortunately, the core is cleared. A beautiful angle from Mikola. Both bears still standing, and all of a sudden, Suplex back online. And what do $5 footlong have to show for it? Nothing at this point, but finally, Cliff able to win and even gets a rink-a-dink double barrier there. And all of a sudden, this game is equal. Mikola has a flip. Forced to rotate back on the defense here. That pass splitter interrupted. There's a flip from Mikola. Goes for the craziest angle of all time. Didn't quite hit it. And I see the vision, though, as Suplex, keen eye, finds yet another kill on Emi Mimi, refreshing a power play for Triple S. Mikola trying to feed it into the corner. Not finding it here with Cliff running middleman. And this power play will die as well.
Yeah, Cliff has been doing a great job defending with Pudash. Obviously, he has been a core member of Pudash and Sons. He's also midfield, but Suplex! Great tech coming out. dashing in, redirecting the core straight past Pudash, and now it's 2-0 lead for Triple S.
Triple S just taking the core and running away with it almost, keeping up in the energy department as well. $5 footlong, need to get something going here, and that quick double barrier take, clip with the flip, this is so good, that Maelstrom's wrecking havoc, but Lexar, wise to evade the Maelstrom, able to get that ensnare drums out, and that offensive push has been diffused.
Yeah, Cliff keeping it in there as long as he could, popping the X Maximus, doing a lot of passive damage on Suplex as well, but they need to complete it, even if the X is really strong, does a lot of damage. They need to let that damage stick, but unfortunately, we haven't seen that quite yet. Cliff almost goes off the field, has to burn his only evade for that, and now Suplex almost with the core flip now, and while they do have both barriers up, things are looking really scary for $5 footlong.
Yeah, very suspicious as Pudash tries to find the clear with the flip. Suplex not able to punish a very great stall from X and Era with their abilities being coordinated but even better coordination from Triple S, finding the kill onto Cliff. It's another power play for them. They're working the spot side corner, and unfortunately for Mikola, Pudash wins that strike war, uses the roll, finds the clear, but uses all his abilities to do so.
Yeah, but Cliff is back, and this is a 1-2 punch X. This is going to look really scary. Gets it up to Emmy, who does miss the strike, but it's okay because that does buy time for Cliff to get there. And now it's Lexar and Mikila holding on for their lives. Great redirect, but unfortunately, the secondary from Mako does, I think, turn the core a little bit too far for Emmy to get there. And a great backwards Maelstrom from Emmy does save the thing there, but Mikila also uses the core flip. Great connect to Cliff, who unfortunately has to eat Mako ult, but Emmy is there now with the core flip. And she is just waiting for her secondary, her next secondary. Oh, he's the core flip. Yeah, it's going the wrong way. The Maelstrom's coming up. Great dribbles from the Kai. Pudash gets his, pops his Tofu Fortress. Unfortunately, it did. The core did go around it, but core's going so fast in overtime, and Lexar just trying to get it to their forwards, trying to get to Cliff, trying to get to Suplex.
Yeah, I feel like it's a matter of who's going to make the first mistake here. Both these teams searching for an opportunity, and even though the Maelstrom wipes Suplex off the board, somebody said that Kai is really good at checkmating, and that barrage beating out the roll earns Triple S their hard-fought last point of the set. Going on to match point here with this last set. I mean, a lot of great things to take, more damage, more dash if this Mako can take this X-Blow, but Might of the Colossus, very welcome on a brawler like Asher.
Yeah, Era taking aerials, I think that denies the Mako a little bit. Mako, I think, happy with bulk up, honestly, but Cliff taking explosive entrance over heavy impact, actually. I think that's a little bit of respect on Mikila's Kai as well. You don't want that Kai getting any faster. But that does mean Kai still gets heavy impact. So Pudash getting 2 sparks isn't as scary yet, but this could prove really good for $5 footlong if they live to see the next set. But big emphasis on that if, because Suplex surrounded by 3 people just gets double barriers.
Something about Asher winning again. As Pudash walks up with that Tofu Fortress we saw work wonders in the Goo games, and there it goes once more. $5 footlong, able to equalize, but not in terms of their man count. Emmy Mimi with a beautiful Maelstrom cutting through the chaos here, finding the clear, buying precious seconds for Cliff. A nice roll from Pudash as well. This X is back online, and the worst of it seems to have been navigated so far as, I mean, the members of $5 footlong, such nimble navigators, except for Pudash piloting the very slow Dubu and a sneaky shot to that bot corner there. Suplex sneaks it in.
Yeah, that was a crazy play. I mean, Mikila's presence there made Pudash, I think, try to go for a little Soren angle, and unfortunately he couldn't recover in time for that backwards bounce. And yeah, slow Dubu. I mean, Lexar is just doing such a good job of diffusing pressure here from the X and Era, and once they get it into the corner, right, Emmy Mimi can set up like a great Maelstrom push, but Lexar and Mikila is just doing such a great job, but I'm caster's cursing them because that's exactly the win con that they want to have, especially with the creation maxing from Pudash. He can just set up the Tofu and let the Era next set up here. But yeah, looking really great so far from $5 footlong.
Yeah, $5 footlong in the best position of their game thus far as Cliff gets sent into jail. It's a beautiful pass splitter forcing out the flip and a crazy wait from Pudash. Able to find that clear, but it's still suplex with the core. Can't quite get it though with the breakthrough, but Mikola able to get the rebound with the barrage, the log, the beam. Everything's being committed here, and so far this barrier will stand. It's a nice setup though. I can't believe it. Emi Mimi was prepared to pass to their own Maelstrom and sets up Cliff beautifully to get that shot in topside.
The amount of control that the Era Maelstrom has, and another great play from Emi using the beam to do the lower barrier. I don't think Lexar was expecting that, and Pudash sets up a Tofu Fortress that really worked the way it should have been, and that was totally planned out. A wonderful defensive Tofu Fortress from Pudash.
Yeah, worked as intended. I mean, did save that second barrier somehow, some way. That path splitter, though, posing the question, and the answer is it's gone now. But Suplex might die for it. A nice breakthrough, though, dodging the roll that would have done him in. So far, a Suplex showing a masterclass on how to play your life. As Triple S, they're trying to rework this top side. Both members, though, of $5 footlong. Quick on the rotate. Pudash not going to be done in by that cheeky barrage yet again, but they just can't find the clear. Lexar pushing up where there's the ensnare drum, and still, yet again, $5 footlong hold on, and Cliff can't hold on to their life, unfortunately.
Oh, another great pass player coming out. Pudash wants to save his evade.
Yep.
But that's the space that Suplex needed to pass down to Makilla.
Yeah, this team, SSS, they do it all. They can brawl, they can box, they can stuff it in the core, but they're also very coordinated and always looking for the sneaky outs, the clears. Cliff sort of helping them, the bull rush helping to take that first barrier down. A flip is whiffed as well. $5 footlong in dire straight, but they have what it takes to equalize, and that bewitching beam is the first step in doing so.
Absolutely. Pudash coming up into the front line, and Cliff just X-Maximusing it through. And that's exactly what they need. And like you said, $5 footlong, they have the composition that it takes, right? Like Kai and Asher both hate seeing an Era on the other team. It slows them down, it makes them small. That's not what you want to do. And like Cliff just getting bigger as an X that wants to strike all day. It's a great comp. They can execute it as well. They just need to do a little bit more, and $5 footlong can really come back into this game.
Yep, they have the tools to hold on here. Nice roll from Pudash, and they're just hoping to get an out clear. There it is, with Mikla being very close to staggered. That offensive play, it will die out, but he's just so fast with the stagger swagger, with the speed boost from Lexar, and there's a quick rotation as Lexar plays midfield, but Cliff wins the strike war in the midfield, and then it all just goes wrong. Both barriers falling in an instant. What you seem to be a coordinated play just got beat out entirely with a few well-placed strikes. Mikola is going to get punished, and so is Pudash, and that's a critical flip being lost. That Era Manu, no flip needed from Suplex, as we're just going to slow things down here, just calmly dump the core over there, but that was a huge blunder from Lexar, sending it right to the capable hands of Emi Mimi, and this is the out that $5 footlong needs, because Dubu is MVP and guaranteed their third spark. Oh my days.
Spark of focus, spark of agility, spark of strength. It's gonna be, yeah, Exodia Dubu moment, but let's not pretend that Suplex isn't getting something great out of this. The Malicious immediately taken. I would be surprised if X didn't take peek. Okay, I think he wanted maybe extra special to deny as well as to take, but I think he does want to take peek so he can be a little bit faster, and he also denies health on the other team. And yeah, glass cannon for Lexar, and it's going to be really good because Triple S have been doing a great job in the midfield, but this does mean once the core gets to Lexar, once he has to start sweating a little bit more, it's going to look really, really scary, because Cliff can just start beating out the glass cannon. He really wanted to right there, actually, but unfortunately, Makilla got control of the core and he changed targets. But yeah, we'll see how this plays out. So far, the barrier has been looking really competitive from both sides, as always, but yeah, right now it's Suplex who's bleeding out his energy and getting Maelstrom.
Oh my god. This era just has so much map presence. You'll notice that she has 2 dash awakenings every time she presses spacebar. They're going to turn their entire team into speed stars, and with this Superman X, it's just a matter of time before it's a hero play after another for $5 footlong to convert these barriers, convert these goals. Cliff standing in the middle with a flip, can't quite get his hands on it, and Snare Drum's keeping him at bay as Mikola and Suplex have a breakthrough, but not quite with that Tofu Fortress. We're trying to find an out clear. $5 footlong can't quite do it yet. Giga goes wide, and Pudash puts a stop to it with his roll. Oh,
Yeah. Oh, unfortunate bounce there, but but Pudash still saves it. Emmy saves it. Cliff is there with the core flip, trying to make sure the pass angles from Lexar are covered, even if the offense isn't quite there yet. And great patience against Makilla's Giga as well, having to use the flip there. Lexar also having to answer with the flip though, because Cliff found a great angle, and the Maelstrom setup from Mimi comes in once again.
Not going to find the mark on the Kai here, but they still have possession of the core. Offense will range on in a moment here. I mean, Mimi with a flip here. If she's able to get her hands on the core, it could be dangerous, but so far only able to do it on their side of the field. A passing play is becoming oh so important here as we're sent into overtime. And with the fact that these brawlers are just so stubby, it's up to the midfield trying to set them up and them into position, confirm these goals. And so far, it's just not panning out for either team. Goalie's having an easy time finding these clears. Offense not coordinated, but Emmy Mimi does not need her brawler to get it done. Flips topside, beats out drum and bass, and $5 footlong gets their first point.
Yeah, I actually really love, I don't know if it was communicated or who called it, but Emmy just saying, hey, Cliff, just go midfield. It's Tycho. You can hold a line alone, your X. I'm just gonna get up in front. I have flip, and I'm gonna flip it and end it. And that was really good until Suplex saw that and called her out, and he said, hey, you have no energy for that, and just completely killed her. And now Makilla is the one with the flip, with the speed. Cliff does have flip as well, though. And,
no.
That's saved, and Emmy does come back, but Makilla still has flip. It's something to watch.
A little bit of a disastrous sequence there for $5 footlong, but somehow it all pans out for them. But Mikola running down, sprinting with the speed, a nice roll from Pudash, cuts the pass just barely, and there goes Mikola getting set on a trip. It's a power play now for $5 footlong. Kind of not, though, with that ensnare drums breaking through the chaos. Pass splitter goes wide, and Lexar able to interrupt that dribble. What a beautiful walk-up, and still $5 footlong rages on. A nice bewitching beam catches the core, but perfect pitch able to come back just in time. Lexar holding it down.
Yeah, what a great play from Lexar. Cliff showing that you can actually, the dash punch from Asher isn't true. You can dodge it, but Suplex keep getting these 1v1s in front of the goal, but Emmy and Cliff are there in time to back it up, and Lexar finally lets one go through. I mean, it had to happen eventually. Man's not a robot, right?
Yeah, we test each of our players, make sure they're not AI, not an LLM. I actually think Lexar could have saved that, maybe, but who knows? Well, couldn't have been saved is Emmy's life. Has a nice Giga from Mikola, gets her off the board for now. A Suplex looking to equalize barriers, but Pudash, how did he even manage to do that into an Asher with a flip? Both barriers will still stand for $5 footlong.
Yeah, as soon as the Maelstrom goes right, great rotation coming out, and
no.
Another disaster. Absolute disaster coming out, and I mean, it worked out for Triple S. It looked a little scary there, but it worked out.
So many of these ults from Pudash have just not been going his way. For that last one, I think Bro got stuck on one of his soups. A little bit too fat for his own good. And that's ultimately what did them in. That not working, but that barrier beam doing them in once more. Both barriers will fall in a quick succession. Pudash trying to find any desperate sort of clear, sending it to his brawler, but Breakthrough will win that interaction. Nice out clear found up. Nice pass, but unfortunately Cliff is there with that speed, with that presence, with that size. Lexar stepping up into the play as Mikola has a flip. I think it was a Gorman going for that orb, getting it online there. Dubu able to find some sort of clear. We're working the bot's side, but unfortunately not able to hold on to the core for too long, and that is the size difference right there for Asher. Barrier Beam just barely connecting.
Yeah, suplex with size is Asher Berry Beam with size is so scary, and Pudash wants to clear it around, but he's gonna be finding it harder and to do. And Makilla coming in with a flip. They really want to burn these barriers down. They want to get it over and go home. They don't want to make this into a next set situation. They don't want to go to set 5. And Cliff being off the table, this seems like the perfect opportunity for them.
Yeah, they're just going to get it done. Lexar, Pudash! Pudash is better! Pudash holds it down, diffuses everything. Mikala almost fights it. Cliff's back online. We're still working. We're still holding. And finally, $5 footlong is defeated. It got a very fortunate bounce. Oh my gosh. Mikala in the right place at the right time, and nobody was there topside to intercept his shot. And it was a valiant fight from $5 footlong, but unfortunately the offense from Triple S will reign supreme.
Yeah, that was what a game coming out from Triple S. They came out swinging, and Suplex getting 7 kills, just finding kills in the weirdest of situations, honestly, in situations where I think, oh, they can evade that, or that won't have the range to kill. I mean, Suplex found it, and against a team of this caliber, like $5 footlongs, it's very impressive feat, and a well-deserved win, and they're going to be the first in the ranks to be 3-0 right now, and well-deserved 3-0 it was.
Very scary teams, both of them, Triple S and peak performance right now. They'll need it going into their next matches, but $5 footlong, that was not like a wash on their part by
No,
any
absolutely
means.
not.
They were extremely competitive throughout. I have every belief that they will bounce back, probably get to 4 wins bare minimum, and secure a spot at the next day of ISS. But for now, secure your spots here as we take a quick break. More OS after this. Hello, everybody. Round four, ISS Day one. We're bringing back a familiar face, See the Shining Sea, but they're going up against the Titan that is OK Do Buddy Strikers. Yeah, I said that right. And there are some really big names on Do Buddy Strikers. The biggest of which we're all familiar with, Asianator in the goalie box. Very, very scary.
Yeah, not only Asianator, but Caramel in the midfield, I believe, and Edicam, who actually played on the Nasty this season, is going to be the brawler spot. So, see the Shining Sea. I mean, they've made upsets happen before, and I believe they can make it happen now. But this is definitely okay. Do Buddy Strikers looking strong initially here. So, I mean, magic happens in ISS. We've seen it. We've seen it today, even. But I think it's gonna really come down to what the map is and what the starting awakenings are. And I'm excited. I'm excited for this game. I think it's gonna be our last one before we switch off to other casters.
That's
But
right.
it's a good one for us to end it on.
Yeah, definitely going to be a heater. Going into night market with a super surge big fish start. I can already imagine somebody going to terrorize the field with any one of the size maxers, given the opportunity. And because it's night markets, you're just going to be able to control lines that much better with your body, but Super Surge as well. Something like Zentaro getting their hands on that, and it's something like Aimi, very dangerous as well. But the teams are in and I feel like I'm gonna see another Superman X, maybe.
Yeah, this looks
I'm
like it's
wrong.
gonna be. Oh nope, size maxing spots is a size maxer.
Unfortunately.
100%. I mean, okay, buddy. Okay, buddy. I guess it's called Okay, buddy. Okay, buddy. Banning Dubu at the start, I think, was absolutely correct. It bans out Arlon, it bans out Spots, who's put on a spectacular show for us with their Dubu start, and it lets them play around with the comps a little bit more here. But yeah, we're seeing double barriers already being taken on 4C to Shining Sea though, so they got a rough road ahead of them. Those Okay, buddy strikers.
Yeah, very strong start here. First seed to Signing C. Oh my god, I'm so bad at alliteration. But Caramel, Juno, always so tricky to deal with. And when you're that skillful as Caramel, it's just that much more dangerous for a goalie like Arlong, who's already going to have their hands full dealing with dash punch confirms. They're really struggling to find this clear, and Snare Drum's being forced out, and maybe, just maybe, they'll do so with the barrage, but it's just a matter of time before they reactivate. Edicam going wide with the dash punch as Caramel takes a beating. From base coming out here, it's Sea to Shining Seas moment to shine, but the Blobos are raining, the Juno is jumping, a flip is forced, and Sea to Shining Sea, they struggled with this last game, kind of, finding the finishing touch outside of their creation maxing, and they're struggling to find this touch here as well.
Yeah, great body blocking from Caramel, repositioning to make sure that the core doesn't get hit, and very aware core flip from Aginator as well. Edicam does have core flip, but Spots as well, and the core is on the side of Okay Buddy Striker, and Caramel finally holding strong with their ult, and Edicam using the flip, getting straight past Arlong.
Yeah, and Ether as well. Ether probably burned his strike, didn't quite catch that animation, but a beautiful shot from Edicam. Arlong just didn't have the cooldowns to be able to guarantee, and reaction checks like that are just so difficult when your enemy brawler is just right in front of your face.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, interesting sequence of vertical core play there, but Edicam's gonna find it. And that was really unfortunate if you're a fan of Sea to Shining Sea. But, I mean, we take those, it's a 2-0 lead for Okay Buddy Strikers.
Yeah, the sea looking exceptionally murky for Sea to Shining Sea at the moment as they try and get something going. Drum and bass, and this X just can't quite hold on to it, but the core doesn't need his influence. A nice flip from Ether will gladly trade a barrier to get this one open, even avoids his certain demise. Spots walking the core, and Asianator! What a beautiful Sorin, but Ether is able to cover the out, pass right back up to Spots, who finishes the job.
Yeah, wonderful play from Ether. And I did realize that we're playing not with a Superman X, but a Superman Julie. So that's something that we're gonna have to watch. Every single one of Edicam's dashes can come from downtown, but yeah, but they put themselves on the board to see the Shining Sea, but a great rotation from Caramel.
Yeah, and there we go with that Superman Julie, like you were mentioning. Ether finally gets caught by one. An Asianator able to cover the out clear, doing it himself. Beautiful presence from Do-Buddy Strikers and Edicam, able to contain that core in the ensnare drums, gets the job done, but Caramel was there anyway. And Do-Buddy Strikers doing very good for this first point.
Absolutely, and Edicam is rewarded, has Ad Rush on the board, heavy impact on the board. This does mean that Ether probably takes Twin Drive here, unless they're really scared. I mean, yeah, so this does limit Juno's picks a little bit. I think she might just pick Stinger and go for it, or even just deny the spec training here. They're definitely talking about it. Stinger and spec training both denied. I think this is the more correct way to do it. Because Juno just does a lot of passive damage with her slimes. Every single one of them can be damaged over time. But obviously, I mean, what X is going to be complaining about having Big Fish heavy impact at set 2?
Yeah, and with Arlong taking a Spark here, if they're able to get even one set, that Spark just becomes so much more valuable. Spots holding on to the core as well with the drum and bass assist. X Maximus pop, but not quite going to find its mark here. Ether in the midfield has to be so careful with these Ad Rush dash punches. Just one kill could mean an entire point being lost off of it, and Edicam is certainly sharking for it. Can't quite help on the defense though, and misses his one opportunity. Both barriers fall, but Caramel is able to catch Arlong trying to hold the core vertically, and it's an equal situation. Both barriers falling for both teams.
What a wonderful dribble from Edicam right around Arlong's ult, I believe that was. And almost got a chance to convert. Unfortunately, didn't happen. Aginator forced to use his evade, and Sposh just core flips. X Maximus is in, just stuffing it through Caramel and Aginator.
Yeah, if it's one thing we know Spots can do well, it's stuffing it in. Hence that last Dubu game. But Sea to Shining Sea starting to find their bearings a little bit here. Their compass working a little bit, not stranded as Ether gets away, cheats death a little bit. And so far, Sea to Shining Sea looking to reactivate this offensive blob, stuffs out Ether's pass, and Asianator strikes second. A nice Giga, and Asianator will concede one barrier here. Astral Projection, Cosmic Expanse, both gone, and unfortunately Ether can't quite find that sharp angle. So out of nowhere, we're equalized. Edicam's put in jail, but we have no evade on Ether. One missed position could lead to his demise as Caramel with a beautiful jump hits the Super Surge Juno. This Juno's gonna go flying, but Arlong catches it with that flip. Both teams trying to get a coordinated pressure going here. Edicam's close to his flip, but can't quite get his hands on the ball. Ether and Spots doing a great job intercepting every single pass, and both these teams sort of at a standoff with each other.
Yeah, so patient, just trusting in each other's angle coverages. Aginator not throwing to flip uselessly, using it there preemptively against Spots, but still gets the core out without barrier damage. So wonderful defense here from OK Blade Strikers, and Edicam finally finds another pick, and that Pummelers is activated.
Pummelers and Ad Rush. This could be the point. Caramel covers the out! Oh my god. Nerf this character, bro.
No.
that was diabolical, and all off of the back of that power play. I was talking about it earlier, and it has come to fruition. These players just have to be so careful with the Julian Night Market, but this X showing how dangerous he can be as well, getting both barriers. Cosmic Expanse able to hold on, and so is Ether for his life. Sea to Shining Sea in a good spot despite just losing one barrier.
Yeah, Spot's just waiting patiently for the core to come out where he can strike it. Arlong has to deal with the rotate now, but Edicam with the Flame Flurry and another pick. The Ad Rush activated so quick as this Julie even wants to kill Ether here. And does get it. Unfortunately not the Ad Rush, but the Pummelers 1v1 with the core flip. I mean, what are you going to do? What are you going to do, Mako?
You can't. That's the answer, because Caramel was ready to receive a generous donation from Arlong's preferred clear path anyway. The damage really coming out here with this Stinger pick, with the Ad Rush pick, each power play just becoming so much more deadly. And even though Spots is doing a great job getting these barriers down, they just can't quite get the core in the net. It's a familiar spot for Spots, ironically enough. And Asianator so close to find the clear, but Ether just ups the tempo and gets it in with his barrage.
Wow, man came out from nowhere. I mean, Ether has been doing a phenomenal job of keeping the offense going when Sea to Shining Sea needs it most. Arlong, though, has to burn his ult and still losing the barrier, almost losing the second one, and does to Asianator's Astral Projection.
Very dangerous spot here. Caramel with the cross pass. The Cam didn't press that flip button. Could have been disastrous. So Sea to Shining Sea given a chance at life here, but Ether isn't, as he's promptly taken off the map. This Juliet has our abilities back already, and a flip to boot. Spots burning his just to keep it away from her. Asianator's stepping up to the pitch here, and the drum and bass clears it through. Flame Flurry, the flip goes wide as well. Disaster off that offensive play. Ether finds one barrier, gonna pass back up here. It's a mix-up, and now Caramel's out of position. Asianator has a flip, uses the Cosmic Expanse. That barrier will hold for long, but Icaster cursed it, and even worse, it goes in the nets with X Maximus. Unbelievable tenacity from Sea to Shining Sea.
I mean, that was unfortunate. I really felt that there was a few chances for OK Buddy Strikers to get it done, but I mean, if you don't finish it, the other team's going to, and that means hot shot denied for Caramel, who was almost certainly going to be the MVP last game. And now we see X get up some size going on. That's double size, Big Fish and Demo going, but maybe with the peak, Julie can get a little bit more speed. I mean, they're going to rule the field with speed, that's for sure, but still, hot shot and size being lost is a pretty big pain here for OK Buddy Strikers.
Worse than that, they're double denying Arlong. Interesting decision. I would have felt comfortable giving Deadeye to this Juno with how much damage she's been pumping out. Great awareness from Asianator, saves the wrong guy, but still gets value out of his ult. Does lose a barrier in the process, but Edicam quick to equalize, and that's, again, off the back of the Celestial intervention. Now both teams here trying to coordinate some offense, and Snare Drum's keeping Edicam at bay as Ether steps up to strike Warham. We're going for an out clear, Drum and Bass as well, but somehow it sneaks through Mako secondary. Always known to work well as well. Arlong with the perfect pitch, and unfortunately Caramel with that dash range able to stuff it in just long enough, buy time for Edicam to punch it in.
Yeah, that was really great coverage from Caramel. You don't really expect Juno to have that much jumping power, but you gotta remember she picked up Super Surge at the start, and then that's really paying off. That's really been paying off in dividends for Caramel, especially on Night Market, where she can get that speed to get into position on anywhere that the Juno wants, honestly.
Yep. And now Spot's turn, trying to equalize the barriers. Fortunately, not going to do it through the Atlas abilities. Arlong's trying to step up to midfield here almost, and a flip goes wide, trying to supplement this offense, but still rather neutral game state almost, as we're fighting for possession in the midfield. Bell Ringer hitting everybody, just not where the core is going. Asianator now topside with the flip, somehow gets it clear with the assistance of Caramel as we now rotate bot sides. Edicam, Flame Flurry giving him a flip. Arlong pulls the trigger, finds a clear. Edicam still in position. Ether's staggered, going to be hello. Asianator's just picked off in the back, and there goes that offensive play entirely. Even though Ether's worse for wear, they still need to make this play count, and Spot's gonna walk the core, secure that second barrier. Magic once again happening on the side of Sea to Shining Sea.
Yeah, Edicam looked for a little bit more of a greedy play, going for E-Tier, who was very cognizant of that and stepped away, but Arlong unfortunately misses a strike shot, and now Edicam gets a chance. He's gonna use the flip into the slimes, but unfortunately they disappear just a hair's breadth too long. Waited, but Edicam still clearing the path for Caramel to score. Amazing offensive team play here from OK Buddy Strikers.
Even though the old slimes went away, the slime that mattered from the jump remained on field. And that was an auto-aim hit in overtime. Just so deadly. Truly the power of Juno. But if there's any consolation There was going to be three flips. Now only Ether has his. He's going to use it and kill Edicam by some miracle. It's a power play, one that they will take, and they do find a barrier. Make that two as Asianator's strike is a bit too late. A beautiful conversion off that power play.
Yeah, I mean, Caramel is still pulling strings, though. They do get one barrier off their own, and Asianator is buying enough time to get himself some energy, and now Caramel gets another speed. She has flip, the Juno has flip, so Edicam's trying to find a pick, and once they find one pick, it can end it all, but not if Spots. Just X Maximus is on top of the Juno.
Yeah, executes that Juno, and it's Asianator with the flip, doesn't even use it there. Nerves of Steel, Cosmic Expanse just slowing down this play far enough, uses the flip when it's necessary, and Spots' dash intercepted by the punch, but the pass is not intercepted by Caramel, and Spots is able to deliver the core top side. See the Shining Sea striking back.
Yeah, truly Nerves of Steel. Asianator has actually been playing a really solid game in the goalie side. You can see him use his skills not just to hit the core away, he uses it on the X first, and because X is such a stubby character, you know, just hitting the X first and then just walking down and receiving core is sometimes enough. And that positioned that X right on target for Edicam to line up his shot, and that's going to be a power play now for OK Buddy Strikers.
Yeah, and see the Shining Sea doing a great job holding on. A nice flip from Arlong. He's going to die for it, out of energy. Adrush is refreshed, but both forwards of See the Shining Sea doing their job in the net. Forwards in the net. Unfortunately, it will fall eventually with Asianator stepping up, but Ether has a breakaway. It's a beautiful save from Caramel, though. Nice dash, and Edicam punishes Spots again. Now there's another power play. Flame Flurry. Ether's looking worse for wear. It doesn't even matter. All that speed off the kill, it's just too much to handle. And OK Buddy Strikers, OK getting their second point.
Wow, here's some OK moments coming out. Juno is getting her second spark. Actually, this does leave Quick Strike open for X, but perhaps they've done the math and they said, you know, it's not as threatening as we think it is, because X is getting third size or Quick Strike here, and yeah, these are high value awakenings going over just because Caramel gets to have a second spark. Atlas does get Monumentalist though, and this is going to be super strong because Asianator has certainly been getting great value off of the Expanse, and Arlong also picking up aerials. It's going to be Super Surge and aerials, Mako, so every time the drum and bass goes down, it's going to be a super fast Spots and E tier. So excited to see how this happens, because I feel like everybody kind of got what they wanted out of this draft.
Absolutely. High value picks for every single player. A rare occurrence in this day and age. But we are in a neutral spot, and as I have to bite my words, Edicam finds just another kill. Beautiful passing, rotating bot side. Asianator stepping up with the Cosmic Expanse, able to just barely save that core. The bell ringer, it's another dash punch. Edicam, oh my god, he's just running away with it. Ether, he's just a man surrounded by blobs and an angry Juliet. What can do?
I mean, I guess it doesn't matter if you give away triple size or a Quick Strike to Kai. If Edicam just gonna blast them off the field. I see it now. I see the vision, and I'm sorry to say I didn't see it during the draft, but I certainly see it now, and this is really scary. Asianator, once again, a great Expanse coming out, holding on to at least one of his barriers.
Yep. Always doing their job, both of them, holding it down as best as they can. Asianator in a very precarious predicament, but able to keep his nerves, retains this barrier even through that monstrous bell ringer Spots, though is able to get that orb, get that flip. Asianator saves himself! We've seen that twice. I can't believe it. Uses that flip that he has because he saved himself, and now Flame Flurry in the pocket, but unfortunately just not going to find that second barrier. Spots, though, feeling the effects and is going to die, trying to greed for that orb. It's another power play. Pums are active. Asianator stepping up, but somehow this core gets past all three members. The second barrier will fall. This is a bad power play. They're able to equalize in the end. Arlong can't cover all that barrier size. Ether and Spots, when they're both allowed to play the game, It's so dangerous. A beautiful checkmating pattern with the barrage down low and the bull rush up high.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that you took your BIS to give the opponent's team their BIS means that you gotta execute your win cons, because the opponent team, if they can execute their win cons, they're gonna be super strong. And you're seeing it right now. I mean, Spots is just taking up so much space in the corner. Ether just has to find some kind of angle to him while not dying to Edicam, which might prove to be some problems. I mean, he's trying to shove it through the drum and bass here, and they find a kill in reverse,
Oh
and
my
Trey kills him! Oh,
What?
goodness, night market moment as well.
Yeah, and to make it even worse for Sea to Shining Sea, Ether was staggered, had to get himself out of position to munch on an orb here, but the 2v2 situation does die down quickly enough. Ether winning his battle in the midfield, passing to the goalie, trying to maneuver it around this monstrosity of an X, but the midfielder dies behind him. Edicam finding yet another kill. Power play refreshed here for OK Do Buddy Strikers. Arline waits. He does find the clear, and now it's the Titan Spots. He's covering so much of this open net. They just can't get it through him. Another beautiful clear, but that bell ringer, not beautiful. It was an impressive defensive hold from all three members of Sea to Shining Sea, but unfortunately, the torrential monsoon of Do Buddy Strikers just came crashing down on them.
Yeah, I mean, if you're a Sea to Shining Sea, this is match point, and things do seem against you, but you gotta keep telling yourself, like, they make mistakes. You know, OK Buddy Strikers, it's not like they were perfect that last point either, right? You saw Edicam miss that one pass. Like, and those, like, minor things are the ones you need to focus on and try to take advantage of, just like Caramel's Blobos hitting it.
Yeah, rare blunder from Caramel, who's been so on point with those blobs. And now Spots is just about to get their flip. Never mind, swiftly taken off the board. A lot of damage coming through. Either winning strikes in the midfield that Juliet's going to get in the pocket with the Flame Flurry. Has the flip as well. Isn't going to find the dash punch, but has the most important tool. And that is good game. OK Do Buddy Strikers, they'll take it 3-1.
I mean, what a way to end it. That was a fantastic play from OK Do Buddy Strikers, I gotta say. Once the Juliet started finding her footing and chaining those kills, it was a clear shot to victory, and 15 kills on Edicam. I mean, Ether had to stay there to give Spots the monster the core, but if he stays there for too long, Edicam just comes ambling up and knocks him off the field, and 15 times it has happened, and that's more than enough for OK Do Buddy Strikers to take advantage of.
Yeah, OK Do Buddy Striker is getting their third win thus far. Their spot in the next day of finale looking all but guaranteed. Sea to Shining Sea, they fall to 1-3, but their standing is still relatively good. So they're down but not out of it yet. But unfortunately, us as the casters, we are out. New faces to join y'all when we come back. Any last words, Spado?
It's been a pleasure casting with you soon, and It's been a great night, guys, and stay tuned because there's going to be more.
and welcome back to round 5 of ISS season 5 of the finale. I'm joined by P Flare, and we are watching a very, very spectacular game. We have SSS 4-0 versus Raw 2-2.
Yeah, this one's going to be very interesting. Like Raw definitely wants to push this and see what they can get done. This is the finale. This is where it all kind of like ends, you know. So this is their chance to get into the positives. SSS on the other hand, living up to their name right now, and I doubt they want that to stop.
I think living up to the win streak, 4-0 already. To be fair, they are very, very they are a very they are a predicted team to make it to finale. So
Mhm.
it's more of chasing perfection for them, and especially as we head on to the 30-minute Oni Village game, I am very, very wary that we might be seeing a very, very long game, especially with the Dubu on the other side, Respect C3 taking the Dubu, and Lexar on the, of course, Juno.
Yep, sure is. Social Fox at picking up the Drakkar. I've seen a lot of him lately. Missile prop going up for a couple of them. Pretty much even split in terms of starting awakenings as we get started here. Kickoff goes, and right now it is Rude Awakening that probably need to watch out first and foremost.
Yeah, I actually like the Yoni Village comp for SSS just because I mean, you have a lot of range and you're able to just take away a lot of the double midfielder stuff, especially since Adrian and Crusher are both running Kai Ivy. One can both have a lot of speed, both can make really, really astounding plays, and so far SSS are attacking this top barrier and having Respect C3 have a little bit of a run for his money, but not quite yet. We're about to hit overtime in 15 seconds though as Lexar loses his top barrier, but to be fair, Oni Village is all about the bottom barrier, and there goes Lexar's.
Right, so that is SSS open goal. Rude Awakening definitely want to try and get this early on. Adrian does have full stick of butter, got that flip ready to go as overtime hits. That core is going to be speeding up. It is time for red cores. Gigablast goes out. Respecting that gold barrier, not letting anything pass. Suplex though, definitely on death's door. But it is not quite enough, not something to worry about right now. Flips going out, cores flying, and already this one's proving to be a bit of a trial for both teams.
Yeah, the Giga Blast almost connecting there. Crusher and Spicy 3 with Flip being bird for Crusher. Gets there almost across the line, and Suplex and Social Fox are looking to build the bosses on the bottom side here. That Muscle Prop's doing a lot of work, keeping the core into the corner. Now as Social Fox builds up his flip now, and Suplex also has to flip too. The top corner, they don't even need it. Respect C3 thinks he can catch that, and doesn't, giving SSS that first point.
Yeah, I gotta say, I can kind of understand why Respect just went for it. It seemed like it was just like a little bit off there, just not quite with the range. But that does put SSS in a very good position. Two flips on their side. Social Fox and Suplex already both stocked up, ready to go. And they already have the goals open. This could be a quick second barrier. And don't even need them. Just shimmies and shakes Respect out, and just Respect not in the right area. Just feed from top to bottom, and from bottom to top, excuse me, and there it goes. Just quick 2-0.
Yeah, the Duber roll overextension led Respect C3 out of position. That just allowed Suplex to take that top barrier and also get the goal really, really quickly as they both have flipped. The back pass is going wide open as Respect CB doesn't catch anything with the flip, but both flips go out. And now it's basically an even energy game as Lexar takes the advantage, takes the topside barrier along with Suplex and Social Fox as they look to capitalize on this very, very quick offense and lead themselves into a 1-0 set lead. This set has gone by really quickly as both back passes are launching back and forth as Suplex and Social Fox crash down the top side, but Adrian and Crusher need to stabilize this point at least. It's against the Juno, so the Juno is trying to push up and it doesn't find their market, but the core is still on SSS's side.
Yeah, no, SSS has been doing a very good job just trying to get like those cross-ups, basically. I can't think of a better name for them, but they've been maneuvering the core very well as we hit overtime, and that speed is only going to help them with how they've been playing. That core is flying. All three of them move up, try and get a play going on. No dice there. They do manage to intercept Raw, but that is only for a moment. They cannot seem to keep that core on the side of SSS for very long.
Yeah, Rude Awakening just having a little bit of trouble in the core control department, especially if the core comes out like that. Respect 3-3 burning his own flip to try to save the core there, but it ends up going right in the missile propter car, sending it right into the top corner as SSS take one set away.
Yeah, that was beautiful. The way that Social Fox just managed to hold on to that core control again. That seems to have been the name of their game for this first set, and we're going to see if they keep that going. The question, though, is how does Rude Awakening wake up?
They're responding with a lot of picks on the board. Social Fox opting for the Super Surge, and I mean, to be fair, it is a good pick, especially if you're trying to deny speed. And Juno also with the hot shot, Rasmus with the 1-2, just means that core is going to be speedy across every part of the map as long as they have core control. And so far with that first set, they were doing extremely well, especially putting Respect C3 in those awkward moments where he's trying to win a strike war against multiple things. And I think that's what this team is good at, just winning strike wars back and forth. And the win con is just winning over and over. And if they can win all of these interactions, which they have been doing the entire first set, then they're poised for success right here. But Suplex taking extremely low on the health side, as even Adrian's taken low as well, has to stay into the corner and play their own life as Respect C3 gets the core back into his own net.
Yeah, one goal barrier down a piece for both teams. Meanwhile, Social Fox is on the hunt real quick. Adrian does manage to escape by the skin of their teeth. Has to use energy for it, though. Meanwhile, both of their goal barriers are down for Triple S, and they have to play solid defense. Adrian looking dead, excuse me. Nice little whip there from Suplex, not looking too healthy themselves. Manages to give SSS a power play. Goals are open. This is what SSS wants. Just keep things going, and then simple strike war, just unloads the shotty, and just done. That is first point, second set on the side of SSS, looking to keep that streak alive.
Yeah, the power, or at least not the power, but at least the capability of making a play is sort of maybe on the side of Rude Awakening, especially with Adrian being able to take barriers extremely quickly, as they'll also get the setup right. But the capitalization is a different story, as all three members of SSS have a flip up for grabs right now. And as I said earlier, the capability of playmaking is obviously shown as Adrian is able to take away Social Fox's flip and get the core into a relatively easy standpoint, as Suplex is also getting knocked around, staggered as well. Could be finding the KO here, but Crusher doesn't flip for it, knows when to use it, as Social Fox tries to keep the offense up. Suplex as well, just being able to keep into that corner spot, being able to take so much damage and not really feel a thing as they take the second barrier as well, leaving Respect 3 with no go barriers to defend.
Yeah, it is Raw that is open goal. Crusher flips, trying to get that second goal barrier. Lexart says, no thank you. Feeds it up, gets it to the Suplex, and Suplex just has an open goal. Respect, again, not quite in position to make the save. It is 2-0 for SSS. They are rocking and rolling here. The damage is looking good on them. The core control is looking good. The defense is looking good. There's nothing that SSS is doing wrong here by my reckoning.
Yeah, and the hook from earlier, Suplex, just keeping Respect on the loop almost constantly, having to make sure that he's always paying attention, and that's the third time that roll has gone wrong for the most part. So maybe Duper roll has to be nerfed. I mean, Duper probably just has to be buffed, and even the Suplex pendulum swing gets it through, claims another life, and Social Fox and Suplex looking to capitalize on this power play.
That was beautiful. Pulled Respect out of position to get that second goal barrier, and now they are menacing that goal once more. Lexar trying to provide some support from the backfield, and meanwhile Adrian and Crusher doing their absolute best to keep to basically hold this goal line. It's basically a three-person defensive front, and they do manage to get it out. They do manage to get out of their half of the territory. So now it is SSS on defense. Core stops for a second. Everybody's kind of unsure what just happened there, but it is Crusher that ends up taking advantage. Adrian fires off the turret, and that's what pushes it in. A much needed goal for Rude Awakening.
Yeah, and it seems like the Rude Awakening team could be in for a really rude awakening as both Social Fox and Suplex have a flip, one being burnt, not catching Core in time, but they're up 2 points. Well, they're up of a lot of points, especially now 2 points as Suplex finds the Suplex and Social Fox work together to find the open goal and bring SSS to a 2-set lead.
That was incredible core control from Suplex. Basically made a triangle with how that core was moving back, up, down. It's just very hard to keep track of where that core is going when you have somebody that can move it nearly at will like that, when all their abilities are up. I mean, it's Rasmus. It's just very hard to deal with. But right now, we have another draft, and you can see that they are not going to be letting up our SSS, just letting all their abilities fly even more often.
Yeah, Social Fox with the prime type pickup going to be a very calming start, at least, as he has basically 3 shotgun blasts to work with. A lot of territory can be gained, especially with the secondary getting a lot and actually earning that second barrier as well. Respect C3 hasn't been able to keep been able to at least keep his barriers alive for long, and even the goal getting synced in by Suplex to basically the middle of the goal. And Rude Awakening, they seem to be very much on the back foot.
Rude Awakening just having some real bad nightmares right now, but right now it is Triple S that seem to have full control of this game. Say that as slight, very small caster's curse does get 1 barrier, but that is very quickly evened up by SSS. It is now they are trying to make sure that second one goes down very fast as well. They want this one to be over and done with. I can't blame them, and they've been doing a very good job of making these points hard to contest and just hard to deal with.
Yeah, especially with the energy, or at least the core control, almost always being on the side of SSS now. But I mean, again, caster curse right there. Bottom barrier falls for Lexar, but the energy is still on the side of SSS. Basically, 3 flips on their own side as they try to work up the barrier there. The hook catches it, and the core just somehow seems to slip in. I mean, the angle to Social Fox and then the simple strike into Shotgun Blast again seems to just willingly work for them as they take another point with 2 flips still on their board.
Yeah, I mean, you'd think that one would have gone a little bit awry for them, but no, just flipped in front of them, just caught Respect out. They do manage to get that insane demon angle, just quick return to sender, and boom, knocked it in. So they're on set point right now. They are on match point right now, excuse me, and everybody's diving in a little bit for that last gold barrier. Lexar does have one if they need it for defense or to provide a very timely offensive maneuver.
Yeah, I mean, we haven't really talked about it much, but the passing plays from Lexar and Social Fox just seem to be completely in sync. And to be fair, they're losing 1 barrier at the beginning, but it didn't really matter because that allowed them to set up another beautiful offense that took another barrier, and they're trying to look for this one here. But Suplex, being a little bit low, has to try to go back for the orb, and it just seems like Crusher and Adrian just can't get the core to form onto their side of the field, especially with Social Fox doing so much work with the missile prop as well, and just being able to win every single strike where that came his way there. Triple burst for Rude Awakening, but they still have a barrier to give where the back pass goes wrong there, as it seems that now they have a chance to score, and there we go. The flip to the top side secures a point for Rude Awakening as they try to look for the comeback here.
Yep, definitely needed that one. SSS had a little mistake, and Rude Awakening was able to capitalize. Not really the win condition that you want to, like, just basically hope for your opponents to make a mistake, but at this state in the game, you know, like, take what you can get and do your best to maybe jar their confidence just a little bit and see what you can do to kind of like destabilize the situation on their end.
Yeah, and that second barrier being earned. The flip also trying to go for Crusher there. Suplex has to slip as well as Lexar as well. This could be the end. Flip being burned on the defense. Flip being burned the opposite to keep himself alive. Now Crusher having to play life here is very extremely low as Suplex tries to go for the KO as well. Rude Awakening, they're trying to earn this barrier, but the triple man defense for SSS keeps them alive for now as Respect T3 has the core in his own net, and Suplex with the flip. Give this man a flip, and he will most definitely score for the amount of time now. 8 seconds into overtime, the hook comes in, and just a simple strike where just has to be one there, but Adrian and C3 hold on for the time being.
That was an incredible defense by Respect, by Adrian, all of them. But as I say that, just a near across the world shot is what ends it on the part of like Social Fox, and there you have it. SSS, beautiful first win.
I even know, especially with that dominant performance and only a 15-minute game on Oni Village. It was just a shock, and the reader account definitely showed how much control they had in that game. Suplex of 154 redirects basically gapping the entire lobby in terms of that, and if you just compared the stats, it just seems that on paper SSS just truly had just the better team comp in general, as well as just the better team play at least.
Yeah, for now it is 1-0 for SSS. SSS just proving their capability with pretty much no complaints and no quarrels to it. So definitely want to see if they can keep this up for like the second game, or if Rude Awakening can, calm down, breathe for a second, talk it over with each other, and figure out what went wrong and what they can do to fix this issue and even up this deficit.
But for now, we're done with round 5. We'll be getting to round 6 shortly, so stay tuned for that. We'll be right back after this break. And welcome back to round 6 of ISS 5 finale. We have two great teams back at it again. Asianator, Caramel, Edicam of OK Do Buddy Strikers versus Poodash, Cliff, and Emmy Mimi of $5 Subfoot Long. Very, very fun games to be played, Smile.
Fun names too, frankly. No, I just want to sub. But I'm gonna deal with it. We gonna deal with it. We gonna watch this game. We're gonna have fun, especially considering we are at Taiko Temple.
Baiko Bemple, as the B mentioners would call it, and especially, I mean, I do love some Taiko Temple, and with the pick Super Surge and the heavy effect start, I mean, holy smokes, we're gonna be seeing a lot of damage coming out on either side, at least, especially on, I think, in general, I think that okay, Do Buddy Strikers might have a bit of an advantage coming to this, especially if all of them took Super Surge, and of course Edicam, Superman Juliet coming to play yet again. We're gonna see how many kills this guy can rack up. He got a lot of kills against C by Shining Sea very earlier on the night market, so hopefully they can get a lot more kills on this Taiko Temple map.
We are going to see, like I said, like pretty much everybody but Poodash on that Super Surge. We already have a body dropping in the form of, I believe that was Mimi. And already goals are open. Edicam just shoves it through at low health, but they about to restore that real quick. That was a very fast first point.
Yeah, that kill just awakened a lot of, that awakened the speed, and with Caramel's perfect strike placement that allowed the core to come back down. 2 Edicam to secure that second barrier, and it all became history from there as almost a double comes out, and thank God it didn't happen. It would have been really funny to say that it turned from the really fast point to now a very big disaster for OK Do Buddy Strikers. But now they're in the corner offense here. The Juno Slime is doing a lot of work as they take that first barrier as well, as the core comes flying around back towards Asianator's goal box as he misses the Duber roll as Cliff takes the point. And I just realized he's playing Mako forward.
Yeah, no, Asianator, I think what happened, from what I recall there, that what happened there is the tofu went away just as tofu went away just as the core hit it, and Asianator was not expecting it. Asianator wasn't in the right position. But they are definitely trying to make up for that immediately as they do get the double, and they do try to get something going on their offense. Edicam had a burst, but they got counter burst as well. Nice jump into their own flip and knocked it in, definitely trying to make up for that little gaff. Yeah, Caramel right there saying, no, it's all good, we got you.
Yeah, one flip down, but 2 more still remain on the side of OK Do Buddy Strikers as they look to revitalize his offense yet again. So far, they're doing an extremely good job keeping the core into the corner. I mean, a little bit of a casting curse, but it's okay. They were doing really good earlier, and if they could just set up yet again, it would be really nice as the core comes back around to bite Asianator just a little bit. The speed not really being too much for Duba to handle. There is one kill, almost found Edicam. About to go on a killing spree, but they have to step back for a little bit low on the other side as Cliff and Emmy Mimi have the speed for it. Then Snare Drum's catching everything as it goes right in. That Mako is doing some serious heavy lifting right there.
Yeah, Cliff just basically battling that one in to tie this first set up. Edicam still has that full stick of butter, still got that flip ready to go if they need it on offense. Asianator has been missing a couple of shots, been out of position a couple times already, which a bit concerning, but they are definitely trying to make up for it. Both barriers quickly going down. Edicam does pop that flip, counter popped by Poodash, and that core is still tried to go back to neutral for a moment as the slimes come out, and Cliff definitely trying to push forward, get those gold boxes, and get themselves a bit of a come from behind win for this set.
Yeah, Caramel's that's going to be a very big, tough hurdle to at least withhold, as just the dash in general is able to kickstart the offense extremely quickly as Edicam tries to look for the kill onto Emmy. Mimi doesn't find it though as we are about to hit overtime very, very quickly though. The core onto Asianator's side as Caramel and Asianator try to look to flush the core out the corner there, but Emmy Mimi keeping strong, holding still as Asianator flip well, not flip, but he ends up going way out of position, and that allows for the top corner to be found as Emmy Mimi. They're eating good tonight as they take one set away.
Yeah, definitely snatched victory from the jaws of defeat there. Held strong, came back, and they earned that first set. And they are getting a lot out of it, too, from the looks of it.
Yeah, a lot of awakenings. Really, really good. I mean, even for Buddy Strikers, Primetime and Missile Prop for Juno and Duber respectively is going to make it a lot harder for them to get for at least the Mako and the Arrow to get anything done. But the speed is going to be a real huge factor in how they set up their offense, especially if Mako is going to be going for damage here and Emmy Mimi just looking to win the Strike Wars as they have been doing a little bit. So let's see if $5 foot long sub can at least take another set here, as they had the speed to do so at least.
Yeah, Emmy Mimi with that quick strike, the idea I'm thinking that they just want to like keep up that offense, push hard, and basically don't let them get any kind of don't let their defense be able to like set up shop. I mean, you see what's going on with them now already. They managed to basically corner them, and now they're in a power play. So definitely, I mean, does not want that to happen many more times. But Footlong more than happy to have that. Footlong more than happy to kind of like take over if possible, because Asianator has had an issue with the defense all game. So it is on them to kind of mitigate that problem, and they have been so far. Like, that's twice now they've had this power play going.
And the power play did yield some results earlier, and the core is still on the side of Buddy Strikers as Caramel pops the Juno Slimes, looking to try to have any pressure, but don't really have anything as the core is cleared out. I mean, Mimi pops a flip, is tough by Asianator as well. He's been doing good so far. I mean, with the save, with the Duber roller, it was really nice to look at. As Edicam and Caramel look to take this offense to the max as they put in one strike, one flip, one goal right there for Buddy Strikers.
Very nice, very needed. Just need to continue that up. Caramel having a flip, Asianator nearly having a flip of their own as well. So they are up in the energy game for sure as these tornadoes continue to fly from Emmy Mimi, and it is going to be on Buddy Strikers to make sure that their defense does not falter like it has been right now. They do manage to flip and get it out of there, only for a moment. Bad flip! Nearly has to Soren able to save it, but they do manage to clear the core out. Little bit of a danger, but again, Asianator missing it by inches.
So close yet so far to getting the read there, and the strike just faithfully being under just a little bit, leading to another goal. And it just seems that Buddy Strikers have a chance to at least just keep winning, but so far they've been capitalizing so far. Oh my god, I mean holy crap, caster curse question mark.
Yeah, no, okay, so no, in all sincerity, calming it down, the big thing with Buddy Strikers, they have their offense. Their offense is good. Their offense is like consistent. They can hold the core, and they can provide enough damage to cause their opponents to like overthink, but unless that happens and they get killed off of that. So now they can't do that. And again, caster's curse. What I was about to say was their problem lies on defense, which means this is worst case scenario for the buddies right there.
Indeed so, as they look to try to clear it out at a can, being trapped by the ensnare drops. Not for long though, as Cliff could possibly be too long for this world here. Edicam missing the dash, and Emmy Mimi just walking off, letting the core come into its spot there as and basically Edicam just gets knocked off the map again. I mean, another power play for Caramel and Asianator to defend here, as Caramel gets the dash off, gets the core away from the position, as Edicam does come back online as well. Pudash even walking up to secure a lot of things here. Cliff almost getting DP'd off the map there, as Emmy Mimi looking to have a flip of their own, trying to revitalize this offense here to get Cliff the core there. And overtime being on the cards, the core slips out away from the arrow ult, and somehow it hasn't been scored just yet. Pudash still with flip though would be a big trouble to hold, at least for Edicam and Caramel, as they try to take the second barrier as well. But the core just being relatively elusive almost all the time, not really finding the mark as Emi almost gets killed herself as Budash is still holding it down somehow.
Yeah, that is insane how Budash still has that gold barrier to go. Meanwhile, I gotta give some, like, unexpected respect to Asianator because I was like, oh, Asianator is having some defensive problems, and apparently Asianator heard me, said, like, oh, you think I got bad D? Hold on, let me show you. And so they've been holding it down in an open net for, I want to say, like, the better part of a minute. In fact, managed to hold it down long enough for Edicam to find an open shot, get the goal. So, hey, excuse me.
Yeah, beautiful, beautiful work there from Edicam, getting the stun and then hitting it to the top side. Very, very nice. As Juno Caramel getting a chance to at least change the tides, at least build different Stinger on the cards. A lot of these awakenings are decently good for Juno there. We'll opt to take the Stinger there. I mean, straight up Stinger is a very, very strong awakening. Damage, it could be the name of the game as they look to try to bring it towards a close, and Edicam building up a lot of damage at least. I mean, the Unstoppable wasn't a damage pick, but in general, just look at the Spark of Strength, the Polars, and the Super Surge, and the way that he's been fishing for KOs over and over then is pretty good, and if it helps revitalize the offense in that way, then Stinger is at least a really good choice. As another set pops in, at least one barrier being taken around. Caramel being knocked around the map as Splash misses a strike there. Edicam almost there to punish his Asianator with the Tofu Fortress. Finds the second barrier as well, and this is a very, very explosive start to start off.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And we've been saying it this whole time. Like, the Buddy Strikers, their whole thing has been just like offense, has been a near overwhelming offense. That unstoppable, that is going to definitely help sustain that offense. And in general, like, now the onus is on $5 Footlong to basically like survive these early onslaughts and be able to actually like set up shop to get their defense going. And that's going to be a bit easier said than done, just because of all the awakenings that they do have, especially Caramel Stinger, like you said, just a very good one for Juno. But getting those doubles, those double openings like that, that's definitely going to help them if they can repeat that. But that won't.
Ooh, nice strikes out there by Edicam. The sequence in general from OK Buddy Strikers has been immaculate so far, earning goal barrier after goal barrier into goal right there. Caramel and Edicam have the synergy, and all they need to do is just straight up, they just need a little bit more consistency, especially as long as they're able to defend as well as work together on the offense. They're poised for success, especially with a 2-point lead, as Cliff and Mimi have to try to look to revitalize their chances, or at least have the momentum at least, because Cliff has the flip. We'll use it there. We'll find the barrier as well as Edicam goes for the DP here. Mimi with a lot of space to cover, and the flip comes out from Asianator as well. Now the subs looking to try to get a point off and going, try to revitalize this offense, but Caramel and Edicam are just too strong, especially with the dash and the strike course. I mean, Asianator just dribbling it in his own goal. I mean, at paying Asianator, give me the core, question mark.
Yeah, a little bit of a bad dribble there on Asianator's part. It was just kind of like left it there to get intercepted, but that is still the one. And importantly, Edicam, Caramel both do still have flips available to try and get like a quick transition to offense, or like just get a quick double if they are feeling frosty. As the Tofu Fortress comes out, 3 people with flips comes out. 1 of them gets used, 2 of them gets used, 3 of them gets used. Do we get a 4th? Not right now. Caramel still holding on to theirs, decided that was enough shenanigans for the time being. As the tornado comes out, but it does not get the kill. What does get it is, I believe that was Caramel. I couldn't see that. That was a scrum and a half, but they do make the most of this power play. They do get that second goal barrier. Mimi with a flip, but Caramel comes in with theirs, tries to make something fancy happen. No dice. Flip comes out from Mimi, shoots it forward. Nothing doing on getting any of those barriers, but what they do catch is a body on the side of Buddy Strikers. As the power play comes out, Caramel swings, misses the feed, and overtime comes in. Edicam getting stuck in the corner. Flip coming out from Asianator, trying to do something on offense, getting a little bit far out there. But so far, so good. It does seem to be still working out for them. Edicam trying to get a nice feed in there in position, but not necessary. The core kind of just gets tapped in, and they just kind of watch it go. So that is the second set for OK Do Buddy Strikers, who are looking a little bit more than okay right now.
Especially with Asianator at the pick here as well. Peak performance, very, very nice for Asianator, especially if you want more speed, and especially since you have the powerhouse Pauldrons, a lot of speed is really nice. And the draft just looks to be going completely in the way. I mean, Spark of Agility for the Juliet as well. That Juliet is going to be zooming across the map, and Stagger Swagger as well for the Juno just means that they have a lot more speed to carry around, and it's really nice to see this draft play out for OK Do Buddy Strikers. And I like this draft in particular, is even though the other team drafted a bunch of maybe the win con in terms of just damage for Cliff and the 1-2 punch, and as well as Mimi getting that dash waking to improve the dash as well. But 1-2 Do Buddy Strikers just have the power of the sparks, and in general being stuck in that corner offense as well, almost finds a kill, and thankfully that berry did not fall.
Yeah, it was kind of a miracle it didn't, but yeah, you can definitely see the game plan on the side of OK Do Buddy Strikers, which is just beat them down. I mean, it's tried, tested, it works. You got Stingers with those basically making mines out of those slimes. You got Edicam waiting in the wings to basically punch anyone to oblivion. So yeah, OK Do Buddy Strikers looking real nice right now. Poodash a little bit late on the path splitter. Edicam still holding on to that flip as the core goes in, and they are 2 away from taking this, are Do Buddy Strikers.
Yeah, beautiful wave from Edicam as well, as the dash punch does go a little bit wide though. It's fine though. The core is still on the side of Asianator and Caramel as they look to try to get the kill. They reset Cliff's energy bar, and that's huge right now for the power play, and especially with Edicam leading this charge here and Caramel having a flip as well off of just everything that they're doing so far. Flip comes out from Caramel as they try to look for the corner there. The Taiko Temple ankle does almost help them, as Mimi is also really low in this instance. Asianator getting stunned, and he loses a second barrier as well. Mimi still has a flip to go, and Striker, well, at least Stagger Bug, but they still have Flip, and they're completely fine right now. If Pudash can just get the core out of the corner, it would be fine, but instead, Mako's the one that falls, and Mimi just has to sit back and watch him defend as Edicam could really appear at any minute as a dash punch goes right in, and OK Do Buddy Strikers, okay, we see you.
Yeah, looking good, looking fresh as we are on match point. And it is looking very, very nice for Do Buddy Strikers right now. They seem to have everything firing on all cylinders, do they? Meanwhile, Mimi does have a bit of energy, but they are down 1 barrier already, and this is not looking great. Edicam on the hunt just knocked the block off of Cliff, and that is a power play that Do Buddy Strikers are more than happy to take.
Yeah, Mimi also looking really low there. Everything being thrown to the kitchen sink. Mimi being almost knocked very far off. KO almost comes into play there. Has to go for the orb. Does get it as alive for now, but the offense holding up extremely strong. Caramel and Edicam looking to put this one right in, but they're getting knocked back here. Edicam and Caramel finding the barrier at least, and it could be lights out very soon. The flip coming out though. The Super Surge Dubu roll not really finding its mark there as Caramel and Engineer look to try to flush the core out. Now Edicam in a 1v1 with Poodash as everyone tries to come back and help. One flip expended. A kill being found! And all they need to do is get the core to Edicam as Cliff tries to hold on. He gets the flip off of the drums there, but it's all almost just over. The flip comes out, everything in the kitchen sink as Edicam solos a 1v2 for the win. And all 3 members are eating good today. That $5 footlong special coming right up to serve them to a 5-2. And basically, I'm pretty sure. I think they qualify here. They basically do, no?
I am not sure. I feel like they do. But either way, very, very nice on the side of Do Buddy Strikers. Like, that was insane. Like, Edicam, yeah, just 1v2 them and won. So, beautiful work on their part. Edicam with 7 of those goals, 8 KOs. Just nasty game right there.
My fault, it's 5. Yeah. My fault. It's 5-1. They advanced to 5-1 and sub. Go on to 0.5 win rate there, but just beautiful plays from Etikem and Caramel were meshing together almost perfectly to deliver all those crushing blows, and it does show almost everywhere as well. Caramel even aiding on the damage part as well, thanks to Stinger as well.
Yeah, for sure. But that is, I believe, like that for this one. It was a heck of a game. Do Buddy Strikers very much showed out on that one. Showed how dangerous they could be, especially once they get revved up and once they get going. Just very scary team, and there's a reason why they're very high up on the rankings right now. Why they're basically what we said it was just now 5-1.
Yeah, 5-1 for okay, Dude Buddy Strikers
Mm-hmm.
as they look to make it maybe look at 6-1 into this next round at least, but we'll be there with a better matchup for you, hopefully, question mark. So we'll be back after a break. Don't go anywhere. And welcome back to the last round of ISS 5 finale. And to be fair, this isn't really a matchup this is a matchup that we should be looking at next week. But this is SSS versus OK Dude Buddy Strikers, the 6-0 team facing the 5-1, as both are locked into the winner's side of the bracket. So this might not be a big game to really watch in week 1, but this is definitely a game we should be keeping an eye on in week 2 when we get there.
That doesn't mean that it's not going to be fun as heck to watch, though.
Yeah, we're on Taiko Temple as well, so getting the Dubu lock as well as the Asher Ford, and it just seems like they're on a roll here. Well, they're on a roll to play, and the Atlas and the Aimee band, both respectable for both teams, as supposed to see which team can outlast the other for the most part. Lexar and Asianator both really, I feel like, on signature picks. Maybe not Asianator, maybe he's more well known for the Finny, who knows. But to be fair, Lexar on the Juno, so it's one of the picks that they're basically most well known for. So it's gonna be a very fun game to watch, at least as both areas don't fall just yet, but we're only 10 seconds in.
Yeah, this one, I'm going to be perfectly honest, I'm looking for hype moments and aura for this game. I am hoping for a lot of that as we get both of those barriers down for OK Do Buddy Strikers. Social Fox does manage to just nicely time. The Asianator can't time it, doesn't get it, and that's first one going for SSS.
Asianator not really expecting the angle there from Social Fox, and they do get it done. And for the most part, Edicam hasn't even hit level 2 at the entirety of SS as do, though, as they collapse on the top barrier and look to collapse on the bottom one as well. A couple of strike wars being one for Kerma, and Asianator does save that barrier for now as Asianator gets the flush out clear as Edicam tries to look to kickstart this offense, but Alexar's just winning a lot of these strike wars as well, not really giving Edicam a chance to respond, and Kerma has to cover so much ground on top of Social Fox just being really on top of everything. So it's a very hard nut to crack, at least for, I think, for OK Do Buddy Strikers. But Edicam with a lot of pressure now. Caramel doesn't even need to use the flip, though. Edicam even gets the kill, and that's one bar reset.
Yeah, a bit of insult to injury there, but still useful. So we are tied up. Do Buddy Strikers with that strike back, and right now Caramel with that full bar. Both team members, I was about to say Asianator as well, but both of them kind of use it in a panic. Social Fox uses theirs. Apparently, we just throwing out flips right now. So okay.
Flip economy very strong right now, but not for Asianator, not for Caramel. At least as they're about to get knocked off the map right there. Has to save him, and Edicam saves Caramel from getting knocked off the map, and even has Flip to boot there as well, as OK Do Buddy Strikers take an early 2-1 lead.
Very nice on Edicam to kind of like hold position and just have the wherewithal to see that the core was about going in, was able to like stun Lexar and get that, and basically like secure that point. Very nice of them. They get this first barrier down. Still has a flip to help with the second one, or the goal if needs must. But right now, yeah, Do Buddy Strikers in a very good position.
Yeah, especially defending against Suplex as well. Another roll going wide as they get punished. Both barriers falling for Asianator's side as Edicam looks to try to capitalize right now. Even strikes out Lexar here. He has to flip himself as he gets one kill for his troubles. The over farm by Edicam scores a 1 set for OK Do Buddy Strikers as they take a really influential set at least. But let's see what the draft has to offer. And the build different looking really nice for him. Maybe even the demo here.
Yeah, one or the other. It's looking real solid for him, but I also actually don't think that Do Buddy Strikers is looking like too bad just because of how the draft kind of like shook out. They do get explosive entrance. That demolitionist, yeah, going to that demolitionist going to the Rasmus. I actually look at this and I think both teams actually got a lot of what they want, what they were hoping for.
Yeah, the draft's really nice, even for Asianer, as he got extra special there as Edekem and Caramel fight for that one topside berries. They look to build an offense here. The double dash awakening from Lexar propels them forward and earns them a second barrier for SSS as they look to try to capitalize here, being boxed in. Now Caramel looking extremely low as well as he can get knocked off at any moment. Lexar now pushing in and somehow it's saved by Asianer. The clutch G coming in clutch right now as Caramel is still looking extremely low, though the pressure is being built on as the roll once again doesn't find its marker. Suplex uses the Psycho Temple middle to knock it into the bottom corner.
Yeah, Asianator again, kind of. We said this last game. Do-Buddy Strikers, their strength is great offense. Defense, they're not the best. Although Asianator has proved me a bit wrong once before, so can certainly do it again. In the meantime, look at. Did you see how far Lexar can fly now? That is insane. Clearing pretty much all of the map with one jump. Call a super woman slime. Okay, just reset.
Smile.
Go next.
Yeah, Lexar being able to jump so quickly, it adds a lot of pressure as they do miss it there. But Suplex with a lot of the strike timing does get that second barrier as well, and leaves Asianator in a very vulnerable spot to try to clear it out as they just need to win a couple of strikers and get Suplex in the position to score there, as Lexar does go and pops Asianer's flip out, so that's a good thing for them. And Social Fox also walking up as well with the shotgun blast as he strike wars Asianer, and he can't find the roll yet again as they score another point. SSS on top right now.
Yeah, SSS looking very good. Got 2 flips from Lexar, Social Fox. This is set point. They have all the opportunity in the world to tie this one up very fast. There goes one flip just to try and like clear things out. There goes another one to try and say, hey, the barrier. They do, and they manage to get a barrier and a kill of their own. Very nice trade for a flip, if you ask me.
Yeah, yoinked off the map. Caramel really struggling with the damage he's been putting on as Asianator and Edekem look to defend this barrier as Caramel comes back online. The Giga not really fighting against Mark, but both barriers for Edekem as well. Both brawlers are making their goalies have a run for their money as Edekem has flipped up, tries to go for the hook, but it doesn't find its mark quite yet. But Asianator all the way up, but he uses his barrier in the process as well. I have no clue how he got there. I mean, I don't know why he walked up as well. Suplex tries to stall away for Social Fox to come back online, and Caramel in the 1v2, Lexar coming in as well. Edekem being denied away from the position he wants to use this core flip as Caramel and Edekem have to try to fight for this as well. The flip coming out, the strike coming up, but Lexar does defend it perfectly, but Caramel with the barrage sent it to the bottom side. And okay, Do-Buddy Strikers bouncing back from that, what seemed to be almost a lost point.
Yeah, they did manage to hold on there. Very nice persistence, especially on the side of Caramel. But they still got 2 more points to go. Can it be done? Absolutely. But you can tell that they do not want that to happen to Triple S. But it may happen regardless. Beautiful kill on the side of Do-Buddy Strikers. And they are trying to make something happen with this power play. Lexar doing their absolute best to defend. Power play is killed and successfully defending both barriers. Lexar flying up yet again. That does not get old whenever I see it.
Yeah, and even with flip as well, it just makes them another extremely prized player for this position, especially somehow if that flip comes out as well as Suplex looks to win a strike war here. Social Fox as well looking to try to set up Suplex, as well as the members of SSS burn both of their flips in the process. The core coming down to Lexar, almost building it as well, but thankfully Asianator does save as well, but somehow it comes back to bite him. The low elo mix-up scores, and SSS take 1 set away from OK Do-Buddy Strikers.
Beautiful play there on the side of Triple S, and oh, they could only get even more of that with this draft. Yeah, I'm not remotely surprised. Immediately going for that prime time, and right now, Lexar is just a very, very, very dangerous slime.
Yeah, this Juno, if they get Juno into the right position, they could have so much offensive pressure. And so far, Lexar has been taking the right reads to get the core to stay within Suplex's grasp and let him be able to score, as well as Social Fox being able to follow up on command. But the draft in general looking extremely good for both teams either way. More size for Asian, or he lets him defend and win a lot more strike force for fun, but Caramel the one getting extremely low, as well as Suplex finds the opening, finds a second barrier as well as Asian on the wrong side, and that allows him to lose one of the points there, but it's okay. And Lexar, again, as I said earlier, the points being completely up to him if he finds the angle, and thankfully they do as they secure another point for themselves.
Yeah, that is just, it's incredible how SSS has managed to get the drafts to go their way, build this team, and essentially almost have like three-man front, just with how Lexar can literally just like hop in, throw a slime, and just immediately be on the front lines, and they have to be prepared for that, do buddy strikers, and that can happen at pretty much any time, and that's just something that's hard to predict and hard to like basically account for.
Going to a little bit back, Asian losing the second barrier, as well as Suplex has the flip as well, doesn't use it as Asian gets extremely aggressive and doesn't really pay any price for Lexar even trying to help out, but Asian clears it right away as Suplex and Social Fox look to try to take this go for free there. The backwards flip as well, not really finding it smart there, but the core is still on the side of Triple S as Lexar, everyone on the other side of the field as they score another point though, 5 in a row, 5 unanswered for SSS as they look to take the set for free as well.
Yeah, they were all in a position to kind of, that was not a checkmate, but it was a very, very convincing offensive positioning on the side of Triple S. Like, if it was blocked, they could try and like feed it up top. Lexar was just waiting there in the wings. Slime toss misses, has to flip it, get that out of dodge real fast. They do get a barrier off of that, and they are definitely not wanting to risk anything. Flip for the kill. Slime's going out, and they are immediately collapsing on this second barrier. Has to flip to try and save it, do they? Slime does intercept it. They do get that second barrier to Suplex, back past to Lexar, pass up to Social Fox, try and get a clear lane of passing, but that Tofu Fortress saying no.
Yeah, Social Fortress in the way of everyone, but they do find the kill onto Asian as well. 2v3, another dire attempt for them to score. Here's the passing lanes come in. It's another KO for Lexar as Suplex and Lexar completely smother out Caramel as they take another point for themselves. 6 in a row unanswered as Lexar. MVP the set has a lot to choose from. The hot shot, the twin drive, even the stinger on board. There's just so many win cons for this team. The draft going completely in their way.
I think this is done, and they do get Juno hot shot. That is gonna for the side of Do Buddy Strikers, but yeah, that was as I mentioned. Like, oh, that wasn't one play, wasn't a checkmate last set. I think that last point was as close to a checkmate as you're going to get in this game. So right now, SSS flying real high. Got hot shot, got spark of leadership just for giggles, and yeah, Suplex with that and rush. They have been getting a few kills themselves this game. Nearly got another one this Suplex, but you know what they're hunting for now. Caramel looking very low. Suplex smelling blood in the water. They want it real bad. But Edicam trying to make sure that no, you got to look at me. You got to pay attention to me. And they do get one barrier. However, their goal is open. Asianator somehow manages to save it. I don't know how, but they did it, and that core is still in play. They are desperately trying to get that second barrier down, but this offense is just too scary.
Yeah, and the core just seems to never leave the side of OKCB and Edicam. Getting a barrier there, and Lexar even walking up as well. They still have the flip there as Suplex gains his flip as well. He burns his flip there as he's in a 1v3 position now. Social Fox looking to try to get Suplex the core. There's the core, turns red on its overtime hits, and Social Fox finds the top corner.
I feel like Asianator was trying to like do some sort of complex self pass, but just kind of like fed it into their hands, and they were like, oh, okay, thank you for the core, and just slotted it up top. were able to take that point, and now they're 2 away from taking this one very, very cleanly. As Social Fox and Lexar both had flip. One is burnt. Lexar in the perfect position. There it goes. Knocks it. Flip does manage to save it, and there was nothing on the side of Triple S for a while. Both barriers do end up getting taken. Flip's in their face. Does get it stuffed.
Completely stuffed is not what you want to see, especially if Social Fox and Suplex are already so fast into where that position. But Caramel snipes it from with the dash across the map with the barrage as well, securing that unanswered point. And now it looks like they're back in the game with Edicam with a flip on board.
Very much what they needed. Edicam, not only with a flip, but with that unstoppable shield, can definitely make some offense happen if they are of the right positioning, of the right mind to. They do manage to defend that first attempt on their barriers, but we know that the offense of Triple S is very, very dangerous, and it is seemingly unceasing. So there's still a lot more road to go here as they do try and get it out of their half of the pitch. They do get a double though.
Double barrier coming in for Lexar as well. Definitely crucial to kickstarting this offense yet again, as all 3 members are back into Aginator's field of view yet again. The oncoming onslaught that Aginator just has to prepare for as well. It's just so damaging, and Suplex finds the kill onto Caramel. Now power play and Adrush Brock on the board as Lexar, all 3 of them back in. Aginator has to burn flip here, but the core is still on the other side though. Social Fox and Suplex looking to try to capitalize here as Caramel does come back online. The core turning red, the flip being propped, and Lexar score another point for SSS as they take a commanding lead and match point on the horizon.
Okay, so I just want you to know, Lexar literally jumped from one goal area to the other goal area. Like, Lexar was still in like goal territory when they made that jump and that flip. That is absurd. They can literally clear the entire field in like a second. But that does not seem to matter right this second for Do Buddy Strikers. They do manage to get both of those goal barriers cleared, and they do even manage to get a kill. So now Edicam on the 1v1, that jump goes a little bit high, cannot stop that shot on goal, and they do manage to tie it up. Do Buddy Strikers not quite dead yet. Whether this is their second win or their last gasp, this point is going to tell.
Yeah, and Aginator trying his best to defend against everything that's being thrown at him now. One barrier being found, both barriers being found, at least as they have a chance now to tie the game up and set 5 on the horizon. Now the hook coming into play. Lexar dashing into play as well, fighting one barrier. Suplex also has flip on the board as well. Social Fox permitting everything to go in his way. As Aginator also holds up flip as well as Edicam's primary sends it right in. And boys, we're going to a set 5 on Taiko Temple.
Okay, second win it is. They are still in this one, our Do Buddy Strikers. Although I am looking at these drafts and draft carefully is all I can say.
A draft extremely scary. Missile prop 1-2, even the Colossus on board, as well as the speed for Social Fox. This draft is as dangerous as it could possibly get, and everyone getting a piece of what they want as well. But that Juno build is crazy though. Prime time 1-2 hot shot, double dash raking on eject button as well. I mean, Lexar is going to be a force to be reckoned with, and if they can deal with that, it's only just one step of the equation that they need to solve here. One barrier falling down, as Caramel is also being taken extremely low as well. Nothing he can really do for the most part. There's just so much damage that will be thrown onto Caramel whenever they please. So having to lift there is going to be such a huge factor, and if they can win this game there. But Lexar getting up top there. Suplex finding the KO, fishing for it even, as a 2v3 power play comes in as Edicam looks to try to get the goal here and potentially try to even it out. But everything coming into the onslaught. Caramel coming back online. Giga Blast, everything working in their favor now. But the strike from Suplex sends it to the top corner. The unfortunate bounce. Aginator whiffing their strike meant that Suplex had a free top corner shot.
That was so much insanity for like that first point, and what it just came down to was classic mispositioning and taking advantage of it. And it's insane how like you can pull out these like 500 IQ plays, and then you lose the point off of like a basic misplay. So, I mean, look at that. We already got like a power play going on for the side of Triple S. Goal is open on the side of Buddy, though. So they just have to hold that positioning. Social Fox, Lexar, both having flips, which is very dangerous. Flip for the kill. Asianator tries to flip to defend it, but Social Fox just kind of sits there, looks at him, and goes, "Nice flip, dude," and just knocks it in.
Yeah, and they've been in this position before, down 2-0 in the last set, but don't count them out just yet, though. Lexar does have flip, though, and will almost use it there. Won't get the barrier, though, as Etikem and Caramel look to try to breathe some final breaths there. Suplex taking the bottom barrier there. Everything coming into the kitchen sink. A lot of these abilities coming out. Flip as well comes out as the core ricochets. Someone doesn't find its mark as the sword angle is completed, though. It is good, and we'll find a barrier on the opposite side, though, but Suplex still extremely dangerous. Lexar still extremely dangerous as well. And the core is still stuck in pandemonium here. Suplex trying to find the correct angle, but Etikem takes it away, and Lexar has the patience to try to clear it away. Caramel trying to win at least to try to keep this team alive, but it's only a matter of time, though. The Molten Bolt almost finds its mark, as well as Etikem and Caramel looking to try to revitalize this opportunity, but the corner!
Angle. That was sick how that one ended. Beautiful. Sword angles, demon angles, all sorts of angles. And that is the bullet point on this game. SSS continues their flawless streak. And Buddy Strikers got to be content with second. I mean, they were going to have to be it anyway. Honestly, again, this was for high moments in Aura. And yeah, a lot of those. So I don't know about y'all, but I'm happy.
Yeah, and the draft I just feel like the draft just didn't exactly play out for Buddy Strikers, and they tried to make the most of it, but it is SSS who get the perfect round robin 1-7-0 there for them, and hopefully they can continue this streak as we head into next week, though. But stay tuned, though. This is a match these are matches in week 2 that you don't want to miss. But for now, it's me, Kirikin, and P-Flare signing off for tonight. Have a good night, guys. Be sure to come in tomorrow for CCL.
Peace out.